Yep. Just 1 second. Oh, yeah. Great. Well, good morning. Welcome to Vancouver City Council meeting of May 14th, 2019. First, we acknowledge we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. Sounds like childcare month. Also, want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play, and had the great pleasure of attending the Family Fun Fair on Saturday down at the Manitoba Works Yards, which was just packed full of people all wanting to be engineers. So that was great. Can we have the roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Stewart in the chair, Councillor Carr, Councillor DiGenova, Councillor Fry, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, Councillor Kirby-Young, not in the chamber. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So this is Childcare Month, and I'd like to welcome the children and early childhood educators joining us from the kids at Heather Childcare Center, located just a few blocks away at Heather Street and West 12th Avenue. What I'm going to do is read a proclamation for Childcare Month and then invite Kim Adamson up to receive the proclamation and say a few words, and then maybe we'll have everybody come up after and have a photo. So I'm going to read the proclamation. Here I am at a different mic, but doing the same job. So the City of Vancouver proclamation for Childcare and Early Learning Month. Whereas children who have a good start in life do better at school and enjoy better physical and mental health as adults, and whereas Council supports the Healthy City Strategy, which identifies that high-quality childcare and early learning is critical to supporting Vancouver's children in getting a good start, And whereas barriers to quality childcare for Vancouver families include a lack of available childcare spaces, high parent fees, wages for early care workers that are not commensurate with training and responsibilities, and limited support for families and children with special needs. And whereas the City of Vancouver has been a leader in promoting childcare by facilitating the creation of over 4,000 quality childcare spaces, working with the province of BC and other partners to support childcare delivery and providing space to nonprofit childcare operators at nominal rates. And whereas Council continues to advocate for senior governments to uphold their mandated responsibility for childcare and to develop a universal system of high quality early care and learning programs, which builds on the $10 a day childcare plan for BC. Now, therefore, I, Kennedy Stewart, Mayor of the City of Vancouver, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2019 as Childcare and Early Learning Month. So if I can invite Ms. McDonald up to receive this and say a few words if you have a minute. Great. There we go. We'll take a picture here, and then we'll have a bunch of folks up for. Great. Do you want to say?
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. I'm really pleased to be here representing the YMCA of Greater Vancouver. We have a very strong and long-standing partnership with the City of Vancouver, who have been incredibly supportive of the creation of and the ongoing operations of childcare in Vancouver. We want to acknowledge the great leadership that the City of Vancouver shows when it comes to the creation of childcare spaces. We, in fact, have many centers that we're in partnership with the city, and a couple that I wanted to mention are Nanook House, which was a partnership with the city and the Parks Board, where we created a center, took an old portable and completely demolished it and created an amazing center. And the Woodwards Child Care Center on the 7th floor of the Woodwards building. Both of these centers serve highly vulnerable families. And we were excited last year, at the end of last year, when both of those sites were actually selected as part of the universal $10 a day prototype sites. And so right now we are part of the pilot program to test the $10 a day childcare model at those sites. More recently, in the past year, we've opened 2 new centers thanks to new developments and the city at Marpole, and more recently, last month, we opened the Kids at Marine, and we're excited. We're going to be having a grand opening, official opening for that center, and we look forward to inviting you and council to that event soon. So thank you so much for acknowledging childcare.
Great. Okay. So just hold up here for a sec. So now we'll have council and kids come on up, and we'll get a photo with the proclamation. Thank you. Oh, that just sounds great. This week off well, I think. Okay, thanks very much for that. So here's the plan for the day. We have 3 administrative items. We have 1 report reference. We have 2 items of unfinished business. We deal with up to 5 administrative reports and 5 policy reports not adopted on consent. We have 8 bylaws, 5 administrative motions, 8 motions on notice. Then we deal with our notice of motion, new business, and other matters. We're supposed to break at noon for lunch, and then so from noon to 1 for lunch, and then in camera from 1 to 3. Then we return at 3 o'clock to deal with the remainder of the agenda, breaking at 5 for dinner, and then returning at 6 for public hearings. That's hardly anything. Great. So just on an administrative thing, at the March 13th City and Finance Services Standing Committee meeting, Council agreed to consider suspending and varying certain provisions in the procedure bylaw for the regular Council and standing committee meetings during April and May as part of the Council meeting procedures pilot project. The idea is to test a series of possible changes to the process of Council during Council and standing committee meetings to help determine their feasibility. In order to implement the Council meetings procedures pilot project, Council must suspend certain rules contained in the procedure bylaw in each meeting, and we'll address any needed changes as we come to them in the agenda. Council is required to meet in camera later this week on May 27. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Someone like to move these motions? Councillor Wiebe, thank you. To go in camera later this week as seconder. Councillor Carr, thank you. All in favor? Okay, any opposed? We're good. That carries unanimously. Minutes 1 of the regular minutes of the regular council, the minutes of the regular council meeting of April 23rd. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Nope. Someone like to move their adoption? Councillor Carr, Councillor Boyle, second. All in favor? Any opposed? Nope. Minutes 2, that's passed. Minutes 2 are the meetings of the regular council meeting following the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting of April 23rd and 29th. Any corrections? No. Can I have a mover for the minutes? Councillor Wiebe, thank you. Councillor Carr, second. All in favor? Any opposed? That's passed. Thank you. Right. So now we're going to consider matters adopted on consent. And just let me get my agenda out here. Okay, so we have 5 administrative reports and 5 policy reports on the agenda for consideration. We have received requests to speak to Administrative Report 5, so that'll be held. Just a reminder, as the procedures pilot project outlines, Council agreed to hear from speakers to staff reports on the same day they are listed on the agenda, so we'll be hearing on that Administrative Report 5. For this council meeting, we need a motion to suspend Rule 13.7 of the procedure bylaw regarding public delegations' permission to speak. Suspending the rule will allow council to hear from speakers to staff reports on the same day. Would someone like to move the motion to suspend? Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Wiebe, second. All in favor? That's good. Any opposed? None opposed. Thank you very much. And that's passed unanimously. Would someone like to move a motion to hold the Administrative Report 5 in order to hear from speakers today? Councillor Kirby-Yung, thank you. Councillor Bly, seconded. All in favor? Okay. Any opposed? Nope, that's passed. Thanks very much. We also need a motion to suspend Rules 13.8 and 13.9 in the procedure bylaw. These rules permit members of the public and council members to speak up to 5 minutes. Suspending the rules will mean speakers will have 3 minutes to address council, and council members will have 3 minutes for questions and answers of speakers. So would someone, Councillor Kirby-Yung, thank you. Somebody second. Councillor Carr, thank you. All in favor? Great, that's passed. Thanks very much. So we'll hold Administrative Report 5 from the consent agenda to hear from speakers. Reports will be dealt with in the order they are listed on the agenda. Council may adopt the recommendations in the remaining reports collectively in a single motion. Does any member wish to hold any other items for debate or questions to staff? Put you on the list. Councillor Dejanova? Nope. I'm sorry, I knocked you off the list. Butterfingers there. Please go ahead. Are you not on? Nope. Just 1 second. Councillor Kirby Young. Great. Okay. Councillor Dejanova.
No.
Oh, you didn't want to hear? Oh, okay. As a holdover. Councillor Kirby Young.
I'd like to hold administrative reports on 3 and 4, please.
Administrative reports 3, property taxation. And 4. 5's already held. Thanks very much. Anybody else? Councillor Hardwick.
I'd like to hold number 1, please.
Capital budget closeouts. Okay. Thank you. Don't see anybody else in the queue. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on any of these reports? Nope. Okay. Someone like to move the adoption of the recommendations before council contained in the reports, with the exception of 1, 3, 4, and 5, which are being held for debate. So we're going to pass 1. Okay, Councillor Boyle. And policy reports. Thank you. Councillor Dominato, all in favor? Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Hardwick, you put yourself on the queue.
Guess we're looking at the policy reports if we want to hold. No, I'm jumping ahead.
We are on. It is both. It is policy.
Because I thought we went through administrative and held those, and so is the question now: is there anything we want to hold from the
I
policy?
was reading pretty quickly. Sorry. So we are looking at the 5 administrative reports and 5 policy reports. So is there something else?
Yes, I'd like to hold number 2 of the policy reports, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so just one more time. Anybody else want to hold anything? Councillor Dejan, okay? Thanks. Any conflicts? Nope, great. So someone would like to move the adoption of the, thanks. Councillor Dejanova, Councillor Bly, second. Thanks very much. All those in favor? Any opposed? None? Okay, so the following have been approved on consent. So administrative report, Vancouver Heritage Foundation Board annual report, and then the policy reports, rezoning on West 23rd Avenue, rezoning on Oak Street, number 3, 4 CD1 rezoning on 796 Renfrew Street, and 5 rezoning on West 52nd Avenue. Okay, so we're going to move on to reports. Sure. Do you want to put yourself on the queue so I can? Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if you can provide an estimation of when we will get 2 motions on notice. I know that's dangerous, but there have been some requests, especially because there are some speakers there. We're hearing from speakers at the same time, no?
Just on the one, we have, on the administrative reports, we have a speaker, 2 speakers on the Canada Place tour bus zone fees. So
Okay,
that's all
so-
we'll be hearing from today, on the, as far as unless I'm mistaken. Is that right?
Okay.
Pardon me? Yeah, so tomorrow, when we move, say, things to, for example, private members' motions,
Yes.
those will be for 3 and 6, 3 o'clock tomorrow, because we have a public hearing tomorrow as well?
No.
No, Thursday, yeah. So it'll be 3 and 6 o'clock for hard starts.
For all the motions on notice, or only numbers where we have the speakers? I think I've got 3, 4, and 6 as having speakers. Is that right? Okay. So is there a hard start on all the motions on notice, or just the ones with speakers?
My understanding is it's just the ones with speakers will a hard start at 3 o'clock.
Okay, so those are our motions on notice 3, 4, and 6. Otherwise, we will get to those other motions on notice whenever today we move through the agenda.
My councils will. Yeah, we'll see how the questions work and all that. I'd like to, but you know, it's everybody's got their right to ask questions, and you know how that goes. So I'll try to move things along as briskly as I can, but also recognizing that you know, the 2 breaks that we have, just everybody can catch their breath.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Okay, thanks. So let's go for the reports. May is Childcare Month, and we have a childcare update and celebration. Our report reference today has two parts. The first will be a presentation by Mary Claire Zach, the Managing Director of Social Policy, and Sandra Singh, the General Manager, Arts, Culture, and Community Services, to provide an update on childcare. The second portion will be a guest presentation from Professor Susan Harrington, Chair of UBC's School of Landscape Architecture, on research on outdoor play spaces at childcare centres. So if staff is ready, we can go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture, and Community Services. We're pleased to be here this morning with you as we celebrate Childcare Month to provide you with an overview and update on childcare in Vancouver and our work here at the city. As you know, childcare is critical to providing children with a good start in life. 36% of children in Vancouver are not developmentally prepared for kindergarten, emotionally, cognitively, or physically. We know from research that these gaps can continue to negatively impact a person's development through their youth and to ultimately achieve their full potential as adults. Quality childcare, along with parenting and other supports, increase conditions that support children's resilience and ability to flourish. Childcare is also critical to creating a strong economy by supporting labor force participation, gender equity, enabling women to earn income outside of the home, and creating a city that is livable for everyone, including families with young children. And it's a wise investment. We consider it preventative. Research has demonstrated that in the long term, every dollar spent on childcare at least doubles its return in terms of social well-being. Our presentation this morning will actually be presented by Catherine Buckham, our Senior Planner for Social Policy's Land Use and Amenities team. Mary Claire Zach, our Managing Director of Social Policy and Projects, Kathy and their team, including Mark Pickersgill and Vanessa Kay, who are here with us this morning, have been instrumental in helping the city not only achieve but surpass its first childcare target of 1,000 spaces in the previous capital plan, our most ambitious target on record. But we in ACCS don't do this work alone. We're grateful to city departments, in particular RAFM, Legal Services, Finance, and the Park Board, as well as the BC government partners, including Vancouver Coastal Health, the Vancouver School Board, along with other members of the Joint Childcare Council, including childcare operators, researchers, and advocates, all of whom contribute to the creation of quality childcare here in Vancouver. The city staff team is now working closely with the province with the hopes of creating more spaces. And while there's much work to do, we are encouraged by BC government's recent commitment to childcare and their initial steps in investing in a vision for quality childcare that is accessible and affordable for families who need it. And part of our role at the city is to create not only the highest number of spaces possible, but also spaces that provide our youngest residents with environments in which they can thrive. Following the staff presentation, as the Mayor noted, Dr. Susan Harrington from the School of Landscape Architecture at UBC will be presenting on how childcare design, including the city's design guidelines, support healthy child development. We're very grateful to Dr. Harrington for her time this morning on this important topic. So without further delay, we'll proceed with the presentations, after which staff and Dr. Harrington will be available to answer questions. Thank you.
So in honor of Childcare and Early Learning Month, we'd like to give you a brief staff update on city's work towards our goals in childcare. I'll be speaking to our approach and role, including some of the research findings, how we create space, funding, and partnerships. Sorry. Is that better? Okay. We have a role in the delivery of childcare because we know that access to quality childcare improves healthy outcomes for children, supports the workforce participation of parents, and it also helps to equalize outcomes between disadvantaged children and their peers. We know the return, as Sandra mentioned, on investment is significant, $2 return for every $1 invested. It's measured by benefits to the child, such as educational attainment, benefits to the parents, continuous employment, benefits to society in terms of workforce involvement. The city supports ECE in a number of ways, including through our childcare design guidelines, which align city practice with evidence. Through our guidelines, the city promotes healthy child development by specifying design considerations such as adequate space and access to nature. We also support quality ECE through the city's childcare operator selection. The city has made efforts to partner with nonprofit providers committing to providing high-quality care. So our approach is to improve access. The current shortfall is 16,000 spaces across the city. also to ensure quality, to support healthy outcomes, and seek affordability through NPO partnerships and grants. There's a lot going on in this slide. Essentially, the childcare landscape in Vancouver can best be described through the lens of the challenges facing families in Vancouver when it comes to accessibility, affordability, and quality. And here you can see that only 18% of children ages 0 to 12 in Vancouver have access to licensed care. The 82% are in unlicensed care, and this ranges from choices that parents may make if they hire a nanny or their children are with grandparents, so that is by definition unlicensed care. But the majority of parents are in licensed care, the children are in licensed care because they don't have access to licensed care. So it's our goal to see as many families access licensed care as possible. The city plays a facilitation and convening role, connecting partners and providing key supports to provide facilities and operationally feasible childcare programs. So we're not trying to fix the childcare problem. We're trying to make a modest impact and provide leadership in demonstrating the role a municipal government can play. So our key partners, the province, of course, is a key partner. And in their 2018 budget, they committed $221 million for capital investment, and we'll see some of that translate to Vancouver through future discussions with the province. And currently, as Kim Adamson mentioned, there are 8 childcare centres in Vancouver selected as universal childcare prototype sites. Another partner is VCH, Coastal Health Authority, and they set the minimum health and safety standards for all of BC childcares, and they determine if a project is licensable. Our nonprofit operators we select nonprofits to operate our city-owned childcare centers. Developers are another key partner. Childcare facilities are secured through community amenity contributions and development cost levies through redevelopment. VSB, another key partner in creating 0 to 4 childcare through seismic renewal projects. I'll show you a few success stories. And we also provide grants to mostly existing schools to retrofit space for out-of-school care. Park Board is also a key partner in creating 0 to 4 childcare facilities in new community centres. Despite the ongoing creation of new childcare spaces, the level of need is increasing, and we're constantly trying to catch up with the additional housing and employment growth. And it's also being accelerated, ironically, by childcare affordability measures recently introduced by the province, which is a good thing. But we're trying to close the gap and catch up. So, we're also worth noting is that while development helps to create new childcare facilities through community amenity contributions, it can displace existing childcare facilities as well. And we're working on bringing forward new policies to preserve community serving spaces, including childcare. Our key roles, again, policy development and research, space creation, funding, and partnerships. And here, there's some good news. There's good news in this slide. It tells us that we've moved the dial a bit on childcare. This slide shows need met for 0 to 4-year-olds. And in 2018, the need met was 36%. Today, the need met is 40%. So we've moved it a wee bit. And you can see that it's in the downtown and the corridor are the strong areas where we're delivering through development contributions largely. Outside the corridor, the need met is as low as 23%. So if you look at the southeast sector, it translates to a shortfall of 1,700 spaces in the Killarney area. This slide shows the need met for 5 to 12-year-olds in school-age care. We're doing a little bit better in Kitsilano and Grandview Woodland, but huge shortfalls elsewhere. And overall, only 39% of the need is met. So our targets, we're pretty proud of surpassing our target. So in the 2015 to 2018 capital plan period, we surpassed our target of 1,000 childcare spaces, and we delivered 1,144 spaces. Total investment was $89 million. Looking ahead in the 2019 to 2022 capital plan, we have the same target and an estimated budget of $123 million. And the increase over capital plans is largely because we've increased our target for 0 to 4 childcare, which is costlier to provide than retrofitting space for 5 to 12-year-olds. Some of our success stories: the Gastown Parkades. The city is constructing 2 37-space childcare facilities on top of 2 adjacent city-owned parkade structures in Gastown, located at 150 Water and 151 West Cordova. These facilities will be built to passive house standards, and they're expected to be completed next year, and they're fast because they're basically tilt-up. It's probably not the right terminology, but a crane lifts them up and plunks down pieces, put them together on top of the parkades. So the other projects we wanted to share with you is the city partnered with School Board to co-locate 4 new 69-space facilities as part of seismic replacement projects at Sir Sanford Fleming. That's opening in fall 2019. Lord Nelson opens actually in a few months. Lord Tennyson Elementary, fall 2020, and David Lloyd George, 2021. Co-location with elementary education locates childcare in neighborhoods where families need it, and it creates a convenient, efficient, and safe community service hub for young families. As the school board moves forward, we continue with seismic replacement projects. There may be more opportunities to co-locate childcare in schools in the near future, including high schools, and we're looking at Air Camber. This one, Ms. Adamson talked about. This is Kids at Marine Drive Marine Drive in Canby, a brand new 37-space childcare that recently opened. School-age care. So childcare for 5 to 12-year-olds is before and after school, and we're working on a school-age childcare action plan that we'll bring forward in 2020. This is an area where there's a major shortfall. In the interim, staff have been working with school board and community care facilities licensing and some nonprofit partners to implement 2 outdoor-based fresh air school-age programs. This is like outdoor school. The kids are outdoors after school. On some inclement days in the winter, there's space indoors, but essentially it's outdoor activity. Funding. In 2018, the city issued $2 million in child care grants, and the grants support keeping parent fees as low as possible, supporting meal programs for children, allowing for increased staff to better support high-needs children, supporting child care to participate in local hubs where they can share information, ideas, and resources to help them deal with the challenges of operating quality licensed child care. And in 2018, the school-age care expansion grants supported the creation of more than 200 licensed school-age care spaces. The city and the Ministry of Children and Family Development recently entered into an agreement that's allowed for the creation of a fully funded Indigenous Child Care Coordinator position operationalized and managed by Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council. And we continue to explore the opportunity for new partnerships to create more child care. In April 2018, the province launched the Child Care BC Plan and set aside $221 million for new child care spaces across the province. And they also introduced new affordability measures, including prototypes for the $10 a day. And there's a council motion that came forward in December 2018, and we have some highlights here, and we'll be back with more information as we work with our partner departments on this. Looked for feedback on incentives for childcare. We've got DCL waivers currently used for childcare. So childcare projects don't pay DCLs. Staff are exploring new ways to incentivize childcare with a focus on those areas where the shortfalls are the greatest, for example, in the southeast sector and the south of the city. In terms of upcoming city regulations, we're exploring the inclusion of childcare requirements as part of city regulations. We're working with planning and development services on that. We're also looking at alternative configurations, and we're working in partnership with childcare operators to identify new facility sizes that sort of meet the changing needs of parents and operators. Modular is an interesting idea, and we are looking into that. The cost of modular is high, surprisingly high, so where we can get a permanent building, we'll try and get a permanent building, but we're looking at modular as an interim solution. And lastly, we'll continue to work with the province on their investment as a partner and deliver our sites that are outlined in the capital plan and explore new models for delivery. And now over to Susan Harrington to talk about design of space.
Thank you. So my research concerns outdoor play spaces and childcare centers. I've been doing this research for about 20 years in the city of Vancouver. And one of the studies I completed was outside criteria study. And what we did was we looked at what were the outdoor physical factors that contributed to early childhood development in young children. We looked particularly at toddlers and preschoolers because that's where the biggest population lies. And we had a range of methods. We did a lot of video, which I'll show you some. We did focus interview with early childhood educators. We also did some mapping that I'll share with you as well. And there are really two really important findings that we found contribute to children's development and health. And the first is space, the amount of space they need to play outdoors, and the presence of natural materials. So Vancouver City Care guidelines recommend 14 square meters for each fully enrolled child. And it's often hard to visualize that, but it's about the size of a parking stall. So that's what the guidelines say. The provincial standards require 6 square meters, which is not even half of a parking stall. So quite a reduction there. So it's interesting, too, because research has shown that about 7.62 square meters per child is a threshold when you start to see aggressive behavior among children because they don't have enough space, and so they just start picking on each other. This is just a strange coincidence, but and these are some other Vancouver guideline standards. 25 space children, 3 to 5-year-olds get 350 square meters. Provincial standards, same population, again, is 150 square meters. And special thanks to the City of Vancouver Engineering Department for getting all the kids out here to take those photos. So we know that if you have developmentally appropriate outdoor space quantity, you're going to increase gross motor activity, which is physical health. You're going to have more diverse play types because there's just more room, which contribute to social emotional health. And you're going to have less aggression, which is going to contribute to physical, social, and particularly emotional health. It's interesting when you think about our design guidelines, when we start to look at other communities. So Sydney, Australia, which probably has a similar real estate condition to Vancouver, is 14 square meters per child. Many European countries are 19 square meters per child. Oslo, Norway is 32 square meters per child. Even the United States Army has recommendations for outdoor play space, which for infants is 23 to 30 square meters per child, for toddlers 24 to 46 square meters per child, and for preschool children 30 to 61, and school age 30 to 76. So it's a big gap from those provincial standards. We also have changes to play equipment itself and safety regulations. The image on the left is what we had in the 1980s. The orange area that you see is a no encroachment zone. So if you're an early childhood educator, you're working on an outdoor playground, children who are in the red zone must be on the equipment. They can't play around the equipment. Kids that aren't playing on the equipment must play in the green zone. So since that time, because of increased safety standards, the equipment is lower, and that no encroachment zone has gotten huge, really limiting kids who aren't playing on the play equipment to a very small area. This is also compounded by the fact that when we did random samples of all our videotapes of children playing outdoors in childcare centers, 87% of the time the equipment was not occupied. So 13% of the kids were actually using the play equipment, which is pretty expensive. And we get situations like this. Vancouverites. So not a lot of room to move. The second finding is the presence of natural materials. And if you probably reflect on your own childhood, you probably have fond memories of climbing a tree, jumping in leaves, or often our fondest memories are with nature. And again, the Vancouver guidelines recommend plants and other natural elements. And they contribute greatly to development. One of the biggest findings we found, this is out of Brenton Fidley's work at UBC Biology, that if kids aren't exposed to soil, they don't develop the right gut microbes. And if you don't develop the right gut microbes, this leads to asthma as well as obesity, which we are seeing climbing rates in our children. So just dirt, contact with dirt, is evaporating from children's lives. Curiosity is really sparked by nature. They see the changes in the season, the presence of birds and animals, bugs, and this builds curiosity, which is the sort of foundation of scientific thinking. Another thing about nature and play in nature is cooperation. We see increased cooperation among children who are playing with natural elements. And then lastly, really empathy and moral development. That in all of my work, I've always found that when kids encounter some kind of bug, they have a discussion whether it will live or not. I mean, that's a really complex moral discussion. They do run their trucks over the worm, but I've spared you of that. But it does bring in this, these kinds of discussions. Natural elements are always also very important to the early childhood educators. And one way that you judge quality care is that you have long-term employees. They're not constantly rotating out and quitting. And so if you see the chart on the left, those are child care centers that had no plants in them and their outdoor play space. And then the centers on the right-hand bar had plants in their outdoor play space. And each bar, gray bar you see, is a positive comment that was made about the outdoor play space by an ECE. So you can see that it really climbs when you start to bring in plant material. That also, modifies the environment. And then we found that this had a significant setting. We ran some tests on this among the ECE workers. I've also done some intervention work where I've intervened in child care centers that had very few living plant materials. And so here's the center on the left, how it was just pretty much asphalt and plastic play equipment. And so we interviewed with tons of plants. A lot of these plants were actually donated, and grass. And what I'll show you here is this is a 4-year-old boy, and this is his play. So this is called behavioral mapping. It's sort of like looking down an aerial view and watching where he goes. And as you can see, he pauses a couple times, but really he's like, this is pacing back and forth, like you see a caged animal do in a zoo. Much of his time, and we have video of his, is just pacing back and forth. He comes over here, does a little bit more pacing. So now I'm going to show you the same child for the same amount of time in a play space that has plants in it. You can see that his movement becomes more varied. He's engaging with things. He's not pacing back and forth anymore. So it makes a huge, huge difference to include plant material in outdoor play spaces. We also found in this study, I was working with Dr. Mariana Brusoni, who ran a bunch of sort of scans for depression prior to it. We actually had some preschool children that were depressed, which you don't think of preschool children being depressed. And after the installation of the plant material, it reduced significantly the depressed effect among the children. So that was a major finding from this study. Thank you.
Thanks very much. You have a number of questions here. I'm just going to flip my screens. 1 second, please. Great. So we have Councillor DeGenova.
Much.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I think my first question is probably for Ms. Singh, and that is in regards to, first of all, I want to thank everyone who not only presented today, but for our staff, not only for this term, but continually working towards making sure that there is not only quality childcare, but that there are more spaces for childcare in the city. Certainly, it's an issue that I hear a lot about from parents who literally have to drive their children to other municipalities that they don't live or work in to find childcare space for them. So I want to thank you. I have a number of questions. The first question would be in regards to, I'm happy to hear about the modular childcare, but I had put forward a motion. I understand that there'll be some information or report back. Some of that came back today in the report and was looking through that. Just wondered when council might receive the rest of that information.
So we actually have two motions on childcare that we're following up. One is regarding airspace parcels that you had put forward. So council will be receiving a memo on that shortly from PDS and DBL. And in terms of the remainder of the work on this motion that Kathy gave an interim update on, we will be reporting out to council as we complete those items.
Okay, thank you very much. Another question, I'm not sure who's best to answer it. I'll let you delegate, Ms. Singh. Looking at childcare that's outside of traditional childcare hours, I understand that the Hastings Race Course, that childcare provided there actually starts quite early in the morning. It's mostly for their workers. I think it's 4:30 in the morning start. I understand, but it also is open to the community. Are we seeing other childcare facilities? Is it more difficult, I'm hearing, for them to be able to obtain a license? I'm looking at, for instance, shift workers or people who otherwise would have to hire a child care individually for their own child, because we see those traditional hours of child care being 6:30, 7 a.m. to pick up maybe as late as 7 p.m. But just wondered if there was the possibility, or if staff are doing any work and looking into that for people who need child care outside of those hours.
Sorry, being shuffled up here. Mark Pickersgill, I'm the childcare team lead in social policy and projects. So just in regards to extended hours, for example, Hastings Race Course, that's a fairly unique situation in Vancouver in the sense that it was devised in such a way to be able to accommodate some of the backstretch workers at the Hastings Race Course. We have kept our eye on and been talking to some of our childcare operators throughout the city, YMCA being a great example of looking at what kind of opportunities and what kind of demand and those types of things there are for extended hours and alternative childcare hours as well. For the most part, we have found from most of our operators that there has not been a lot of uptake for, say, alternative hours, so things that go well into the night or very early in the morning or those types of things. It's been a really difficult uptake for that. However, I think for some of the extended hours situations, there's some further desire to explore the possibilities and maybe some institutional settings where they can potentially work a little bit better. But for the most part...
I have one more question, so
yeah,
my
sure.
apologies. So what I'm hearing you say is that perhaps there aren't providers that are jumping up and down to look at those hours, but there may be a need for it, and that's something that council will hear back about? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that's a good way to put it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. My apologies. I do have a few more questions. And one of them is regarding our Vancouver Affordable Housing Agency and what we're doing to make sure that when we provide family housing, is there a possibility of co-locating in those buildings childcare spaces? That's one question. The only other one I'll probably have a chance for is in that motion that I had put forward, the proposing sort of a nexus lane, as we did for expediting affordable housing for nonprofits and the most affordable housing. What are we doing to make sure that that happens for childcare? Because I understand there's a number of agencies involved provincially and through the city. So in our own housing in Baja and expediting permits for childcare as well.
And just 5 seconds for that one, so perhaps it could be a written.
Yes, in every development we look at the potential for childcare. So yes, certainly with Baja.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. And again, councillors are welcome to send in questions by email if there's additional follow-up you'd like to do. Thanks very much. Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the report. It was great to see both the research and also what the city's role is. So, a quick question maybe for Ms. Singh. What if one of the tenets is research and our role that we play as a City of Vancouver in childcare? What specifically is the city's role in the research component? Is it funding it? Is it
Good morning. It's Mary Zach, Managing Director, Social Policy. So our role in research, a couple of things. One is analyzing demographic data, largely through census and other research that gives us information on population and trends. And the other would be different types of research partnerships that we might forge, say, together with UBC and others around specific kinds of initiatives. And we actually really do rely on organizations like UBC, UBC Help, for example, on the excellent research that they do, particularly around identifying the trend in child vulnerability in Vancouver, for example. And we use that on a regular basis.
Okay. Thank you very much. Another question that I have is, how do we define the need for childcare?
Very quick answer to that is that we actually do have a calculator that estimates the number of, for example, children in the city and their ages, the degree to which parents are likely to be working outside of the home, which we roughly around 70% are going to school. So there's a whole calculator that's been developed to help us gauge that.
Okay, so follow up to that. If we do know that part of our sort of social welfare structure are there are kids that are in childcare that it is the safest place for them to be during the day. And we've, in visiting different childcares, it was quite illuminating for me to understand that my assumption too is that parents go to work and children need childcare, but there are actually a lot of children that are living in pretty vulnerable situations. And so the childcare, Raycam would be an example, they actually need to care for a lot of kids that their parents are not necessarily working, and they ought to. But I just wonder, how does the city account for a different need altogether than the 70% that you're referring to?
I'm going to have to ask if we have that level of specificity or detail in there, and we probably don't. It's a smaller proportion of the population, but we do recognize that there is a need.
Yeah, it seems like that would be a conversation up to the provincial and federal government to talk about the different needs that are, and that group is growing.
Definitely, because it provides a safe place for children, it also gives parents respite when they need that, and the opportunity perhaps to look for work if they haven't been able to do so.
Yeah. Okay, just a couple more questions. We have a shortfall of 16,000 spaces. Do I understand that number to be correct?
That's correct.
And the 1,000 in the capital plan for 2019 to 2022, is that per year? Is our goal, or over?
No, that's a total. That's a total over those 4 years.
Okay, so that's obviously still a big shortfall, and there's opportunities around development and CACs and sort of making sure that those spaces, but that 1,000 is part of the capital plan that we're planning for separate from sort of development, or no?
No, that's all inclusive.
Okay.
That's all in. Yeah, and hopefully with the province adding to that.
Okay. One final follow-up question to that is, we have a number of childcares that sit on city-owned land that are working off of a 99-year lease. Mm-hmm. And I wonder, as that land becomes, just what, if you could comment at all on how many spaces we may have that would be impacted by needing to make a change or development, or any way that space is going to become more vulnerable. Do we have an idea of how many spaces are currently on city-owned land in terms of childcare?
We probably do. We may have to get back to you on that. Okay, we'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
On that.
That
but definitely
our
goal, and together with the school board, is to maintain and grow the spaces as much as we can.
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. My first question has to do with the fact that the distribution of childcare spaces varies throughout the city, and the needs are being met more in the center. Is that because of more development, more CACs, inclusion in development projects?
Yes, the majority of our childcare funding does come through CACs and DCLs.
Okay, it's an interesting thing to look at the balance around that.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's
yes, it's of note for us as well.
Good to know. My second two questions have to do with the fact that I just spent a week in Prince Edward Island with my husband taking full-time care of our 1-year-old grandson, which was awesome. And I spent a lot of time in playgrounds and parks and noticed that he also went for the grass and the little pebbles and the natural elements. But some of their playgrounds were located very close to natural park areas, and he just loved going in there and looking at the birds and the insects and the birch bark. And so are we thinking at all in terms of this? I really was impressed by the presentation on access to natural nature, and there is nature deficit disorder. I totally believe that. So are we thinking of locating close to places where there can also be the experience of a more wild place?
Yeah, I think overall it is incorporated into our childcare design guidelines. We are looking for opportunities to be able to integrate it into natural landscapes. Not to say that's not without its challenges in Vancouver. It's a densely populated urban environment, and where an opportunity to potentially do that is possible, we're 100% going to be tackling that. But we also need to work with our park board in regard to those types of scenarios as well, and a school board.
I think it'd be interesting to include that in our planning, to think about locating adjacency between natural, more wild areas and the...
Yeah, historically, some of the first childcare centers in the city were located in parks.
Yes.
So it's...
Love it. That's great. It's very good for child carers, too. My third question has to do with, there was a phenomenal playground in Charlottetown, which was accessible for children with disabilities. And it had a lot of components to it, including various musical instruments and Braille and sign language and charts around that. Have we, I don't remember seeing one in Vancouver like that, or do we have that, or do we have plans for that?
For the childcare centers that we've done, it's really been more reliant on the operators that we have in specific centers. We have one major operator, the Developmental Disabilities Association, that operates a few centers in Vancouver. And off the top of my head, I'm not positive what they have there, but I believe that there are some inclusionary measures that are brought to their playground and outdoor and indoor spaces. So, I mean, that's something that we could look into further. Overall, we don't necessarily have a policy to direct that yet, but I think that's a really great thought.
Yeah, I'd be interested in knowing the gap in terms of need in that specific group too. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curbio.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to loop back to some of the stats just to get a picture of both the need we're trying to fill in the sort of short term and what the long term looks like as council undertakes budgeting and kind of prioritization and capital exercises. So the 16,000 gap, just trying to get a bit more framing around the timeline, and what does it look like looking into the future in terms of demographic trends for Vancouver with birth rate, number of parents working, size of the household. So I'm just sort of trying to look at that long term. Like what is the gap and what does the future look like in terms of this need continuing to be constant, going up, decreasing? What's the magnitude of that?
Sure, that's a really great question, and I think don't want to sugarcoat it. I think there's some real challenges in Vancouver. So as we're seeing a growth in population, a growth in the intention to develop more housing and more affordable housing, that also increases the demand for childcare. So as hard as we're trying, I think that we are swimming upstream really, and to be able to do that. And so considerations of things like integrating into BC Housing projects, into VAHA projects, really looking at all kinds of different opportunities to locate childcare and other kinds of amenities that can support communities and families. That's something that I think we really see some urgency to do. I hope, does that kind of answer your
It
question?
does. So you don't see that need diminishing at all, if anything, increasing. And that 16,000 refers to sort of, that's projected in terms of over what period of time? Like, I'm just trying to.
The gap, that is?
Yes.
That's the current gap. So that's not really accounting for future growth.
Right. So I guess what I'm asking today is that we might be kind of really focused on this immediate need, but we have to look at this as this is going to be a continually growing and larger problem. So there's going to be a bigger issue staring us coming down the pipe pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I think if we're looking to develop complete livable communities, that's absolutely the case, yeah.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks very much, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the presentation and in particular, the stuff about the outdoor access. Now, I recognize that through some of the work that I was doing with staff with regard to the closing of Phil Bouvier and trying to find suitable spaces for childcare, outdoor access and spaces with outdoor access are increasingly a challenge. And I'm wondering, are there considerations to update that policy? I note that Seattle has a policy of 75 square foot per child, but they can do it in shifts, and thereby minimizing the amount of outdoor space they need. Or can we use public realm outdoor space? I worry that we're hamstringing a lot of potential by virtue of the lack of access.
Yeah, I had the opportunity just a couple of weeks ago to work with staff with a provider around their struggles with adequate outdoor space. And I was really, really impressed with the solutions that they came up with. And so I think what it is working really hard with our operators to look at what those solutions are, but to also be mindful as we densify as a city, to be looking also at other models, perhaps Seattle as we grow.
Okay. I think that's it. The only other one is are we tracking the loss of the potential loss of childcare spaces? For instance, as we're redeveloping, a lot of churches are moving towards developing as housing, which is great, but there are also de facto childcare spaces, and we're losing quite a few, as my understanding.
Yes, as part of our social infrastructure plan, we actually are tracking and monitoring that as developments come in. And just last week, actually, it's timely your question, we met both with faith communities as well as other nonprofit providers around this very issue, not just of childcare, but other social amenities that people rely on, whether it's the Seniors Bridge Club or recreational space. So this is very much on our mind in terms of working with those faith organizations as well as nonprofits as they're about to develop, to be very, very mindful of the spaces that we want to retain in the city as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to staff for the presentation. It was excellent. Really enjoyed the presentation of the research that's been undertaken. This is certainly an enormous priority for parents. It's probably like the number one stressor of once you go back to work and trying to make sure you have safe, secure childcare. Having speaking from experience on that, I am curious about the. As we're looking at industrial lands, we're looking at office space and the need for that going forward, and looking at some of those office developments, whether we're going to have or considering integration of childcare there. And so just for context, the Ministry of Health in Victoria had a building there where they had their employees, but they also had a childcare facility within it for employees as well as the public. I'm just curious if that's something that we're exploring.
Yes, absolutely, we are, in part as a result of the motion, but also just because we do really need to be very creative about trying to bridge that gap. We're not going to do it through, we're not going to be able to do it with our existing means and existing approaches, so staff are really taking a hard look at what we're doing and what some new possibilities are.
That's great. And I just wonder if there's, I know that there's been the child care resource referral system in place for a number of years, and I'm just curious if provincially there's any exploration of enhancing that in terms of system navigation for families, because again, speaking from experience, one of the biggest challenges is sort of navigating the system, trying to figure out where and putting your kids on lists, and whether there's any additional support coming from the province to support that system navigation and finding adequate childcare.
We'll have to get back to you on that. Find that out. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weep.
Yeah, a couple follow-up questions. The accessible city strategy, is there a component that we'll be looking at childcare? Because I think this is a really important question. question brought forward.
Certainly. The work on accessibility, the Accessible City Strategy will start later this year, and absolutely we'll be building kind of the experience of children with disabilities into that strategy as well. And in fact, the previous question from Councillor Carr around playgrounds, for example, would fit very well within that strategy's consideration.
Perfect. And then we had City Studio do a couple hubbubs in the last couple of years, and there's a few students that have done a couple projects on filling the gap of communication for wait lists to simplify the stress on parents, saying that the wait list was kind of easily done. So you put your name on a wait list, and if you got in somewhere, then your name came off other wait lists to really simplify the process. Are we looking at technologies in childcare to support the kind of understanding of the gaps and needs? And
So I think that's kind of a challenging question because each operator that we work with, at least, they will typically have their own systems for their wait lists. Whether or not there is an opportunity for, say, more centralized or more simplified universal kind of wait list system, it is a big question.
Yeah.
And we would need to work with our partners at the province and really the whole range of childcare officers, licensing officers as well. So it's a big task, and it's something that we're concerned about and have been looking into.
Staff haven't looked in. It might be interesting to work with those students to see what they came up, because they came up with solutions that basically looked at this issue and said the city could play a role, or a nonprofit could play a role in really kind of streamlining the access to childcare.
Yeah.
And just having really clear needs so that you're not going on 7 wait lists and not sure. And it was just a smart idea of using technology to better connect parents with facilities.
We have the staff team in the past have looked at universal wait lists and tried it. It hasn't quite worked, but that was in the analog environment. Digital technology does allow for much more potential, I think. So we will take that away and look at it.
Okay, and then third was on the ability to work with Park Board. I know there's a few facilities that have wanted to just have small upgrades to increase 1 or 2 rooms and haven't really had buy-in from the city. And I'm wondering what we can do to move forward in that partnership, because I think they already have large playgrounds and outdoor spaces, and it really connects the communities. So I'm wondering what we can do as a city to better support Park Board in increasing the number of childcare spaces.
I think it's really, from our perspective, it's about strengthening our communication and relationship with the Park Board, and in our approach to childcare, to have a bit more of a unified approach to it. So we absolutely agree. There's great opportunity in the Park Board. From what we have heard at this point, and I do not want to speak for Park Board at all, but generally there's a lack of potential dollars to be able to do a lot of those things, and that's been a bit of a hindrance. So if we're working together, we may find some great opportunity, particularly as we bring together these new partnerships with the province and other agencies and organizations as well.
The reason we haven't been able to is the lack of funding, because I know that the Gastown project was very expensive per childcare space, and if we utilize that money to do invisible density to a prior facility, I think we could go further with it. So I'm just wondering, what can we do if it's financial support that we need to move forward on in that support with Park Board? That's something that I would think this council would like to support.
Yeah, we're absolutely in discussions with the Park Board about new models. So, for example, the outdoor after-school care pilot is in partnership with the Park Board to see if there's a low-cost, creative way to create new outdoor childcare spaces. One of the challenges we have in terms of adjacency is that the childcare play spaces have to be dedicated to the childcare. So we can't put a childcare next to a park and say that public playground meets the playground requirements or the space requirements for the childcare. It has to be dedicated and private to the childcare. So, but that's not to say that there aren't great opportunities, especially in the after school and before school care with Park Board, as well as whenever there's a community center redevelopment, we look at childcare. Absolutely.
And in areas, I'm running out of time. I was going to say, in areas that we have gaps for green space, are we looking at land acquisition that would do park space and childcare? Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Swanson. Just sorry, 1 second. There we go. Councillor Swanson.
So you said that we had 8 of the places that were $10 a day. Is there any 8 out of 10 in the province? Did you say that? No, okay. Do we have any idea if we're going to get more, and if so, when? And how many, yeah.
So there's 8 in Vancouver, including 2 at UBC and 6 in Vancouver. And so there's a number across the province, and this is part of a way to prototype the $10 a day. So the reason it's called a prototype and not just a pilot is the intention is to keep these going and to spread them out, and so that we have a $10 a day system in the province of BC. So we're equally as hopeful that that will happen.
But you don't have any idea around timing or anything?
No, not at this point, but we can update council once we do get some confirmation from our provincial colleagues.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thanks very much. Councillor DeGenova?
I know we're pressed for time today, so I won't ask for another round of questions, but I was hoping to move a motion to receive this for information.
Sure. Seconded. Councillor Bly?
Just wanted to thank staff and thank the presenters today for coming and for all this information, and looking forward to hearing more back. It looks like that there are a number of things in the works, so thanks very much.
Great. Thanks very much. All in favor then of receiving this for information? We're good. Thank you very much. Thanks very much to staff for time today. Your excellent report and starting this week off in a nice way. Congratulations on all your success. Okay, thanks very much. So we're moving on to unfinished items of unfinished business. The first is the review, and I guess the clerks are going to, just gonna check here. Okay, so thanks very much. We're moving on to unfinished business, which is the review of the SNC-Lavalin relationship with the City of Vancouver. Due to time constraints on April 29th at the reconvened regular council meeting following the standing committee meeting, council referred debate and decision on the above noted motion to the regular council meeting held today as unfinished business. And just ask councillors who would like to speak to this to put themselves on the queue. And I have Councillor Hardwick. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Oh, really? Okay, I thought I had 1 minute to reintroduce the motion.
So we're right into debate and discussion, so just go ahead, up to 5 and this is the debate portion, so no questions to staff unless there are points of information.
Well, I'll start it off then, because I had prepared for a minute rather than 5, but I can elaborate. Back at the end of January, this council endorsed SkyTrain technology for a subway extension to UBC in an effort to secure federal funding in anticipation of a fall election. At the same time, SNC-Lavalin's scandal broke, amplifying the company's well-documented legacy of corruption. In addition, we learned just this week that the World Bank has indicted Bombardier for corrupt practices in Azerbaijan. These two companies are intimately connected to SkyTrain. Under these clouded circumstances, it is unwise for council to do other than press pause and ask every level of government and our own city staff to fairly and carefully judge if we are not traveling a path where taxpayer dollars are used to keep two corrupt corporations afloat. Mayor Stewart, you asked me if there was anything that would change my mind about the Broadway subway, and I responded at the time that I would educate myself further, which I have been doing. And I point to the response that I shared with all of you yesterday to the staff memo put out by Jerry Dolbravoni in engineering. So now I put this question back to you. Are you all willing to be further educated before you make a decision that may not be in the best interests of Vancouver and its residents? So please, please vote for this to approve this motion, which is at its heart a thorough and unblemished review of both ultimately SNC-Lavalin and Bombardier, and consider the implications should these companies and their efforts go sideways on this city. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So I see Councillor Carr on the queue. Please go ahead.
In speaking to the motion and not asking questions, yes, I am open to receiving more information. I think it's good to have the information at hand that you need to be able to make a sound decision. Informed decisions are always the best decisions. So, I'm looking at therefore be it resolved. And I think the first three cover the information part of it. The fourth moves forward. I mean, nothing's going to happen in the short term at this point anyway. So I am willing to support A, B, and C of this motion so that we can get back for our consideration in moving forward any particular information that we may not have had to date. And I know that there has been information that the mayor has presented to us that has been received by the Mayor's Council at Translink. I'd like to have that information. And I think that that does cover off some of the information request, especially in B, especially in C. Yeah, I'll support those three parts of the motion.
Thanks very much. We got anybody else on the queue? I don't see anyone. Oh, Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Sure. I'll just say I appreciate that we've been having this conversation for a couple months now and have been getting updated information. It certainly, I think, is part of our due diligence to ensure that who we're doing business with are ethical companies. I guess my concern about this motion is how tied it feels to clear opposition to the subway, and so I'm having a hard time separating the asks for more due diligence from that opposition to the project entirely. My understanding is that our staff have quite a thorough process that they already go through for procurement. So does the province. These are not new concerns. These are not new issues in terms of government relationship with large contracts. And so there are good processes that already exist. And I trust that those processes are going to provide us the information that we need. I remain, as I have said, and many of us have said before in this room, concerned about the amount of work that we're throwing onto our staff. And so while I certainly appreciate and support that we need to do good due diligence in our procurement, I think that we're already doing that and that this isn't necessary. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor DeGenova.
I'd like to thank Councillor Hardwick for bringing this forward. I think that it's important that we do make considerations, especially considering this has been in the media for some time now. I also would hope that we realize that this means that we have an open process now to looking at others who may face accusations in the media. I mean, I want to be very careful about the language I use because I believe that everyone is entitled to a fair trial and that they're innocent until proven guilty. That being said, I think that it's important that we do receive this for information, as Councillor Carr said, and happy to support this. Also, I would hope that SNC-Lavalin would welcome this, and if they feel that there is nothing to be found, they should welcome this and hope that this would include the City of Vancouver actually adding transparency to that and clearing their name of any wrongdoing if that is the case. So I really thank Councillor Hardwick for bringing this to our attention, and I'm happy to support it. I understand also that staff worked with you on a number of drafts on this and really appreciate all of the changes that you've made to the original motion, and happy to lend my support to it.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you. Yeah, I also think it's incumbent on us to ensure that we do our due diligence and that we get the information back. The magnitude of this project is a significant public works initiative, and I think it's important that we ensure that we have full information. I don't think it's putting additional work on staff. I think a project of this magnitude, we need to be very clear and make sure that we're assessing all risk components related to that project so that it can be delivered effectively and efficiently. I voted in support of extending the line to UBC. I remain committed to supporting extending the line to UBC, but I think that it's really important that we get this information back and ensure that we are moving forward with the project in a way that is mitigating any risk, is ensuring that we have a fair and open bidding process and good value for the taxpayer dollar, although I'd note that there's obviously a lot of partners here and we will hopefully be getting very solid funding support from the other levels of government to make this happen. So I do support the request to get the information back, and I don't think that that's onerous to ask staff to do that. I think that's should be an expectation in terms of large projects, so we have clear transparency around them when we're undertaking them. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll put in my 2 cents here. See no other speakers on the list. So I do have the advantage of sitting on Mayor's Council where at TransLink, where we did have a thorough report back about the relationship with SNC Levelland and other engineering companies, and just straightening out what's proprietary technology, what isn't. I was impressed with the report back. It was thorough. There was a number of questions. I'm not sure if all councillors have been able to see that report, but I'm happy to provide that if you haven't. I'm worried about A, B, and C. Okay, more information is fine. I am worried about D. I think it sends a signal of hesitation on probably our most important infrastructure project in the city, not just for the first phase of SkyTrain, which procurement is out now, and the province is in charge of that process, but also on the second phase to UBC. I think that is a project that needs all thumbs up from council all the time. We're entering a phase of where there's a federal election coming forward, and any hesitation may stop federal parties from endorsing and helping us make this line move forward. So I understand Councillor Hardwick's opposition to the extension of the UBC line, which has been made clear on a number of occasions, but I'd be very hesitant to vote for letter D. Again, more information is fine, but I won't be voting for number D. Thanks. Councillor Hardwick. Thank you.
Again, I want to point out that when Council first endorsed this SkyTrain technology, it was right at the time when Jody Wilson-Raybould came forward. It was right at the time that we started to hear more and more about what had been going on with the World Bank. More of the scandal has rolled out over time. And to say that, we have all of the information because reports have come to through staff, whether to the city or through to the Mayor's Council, this has been an evolving process. And where we were sitting at the end of January is not where we're sitting today. So we need to continuously be doing our due diligence and getting the best possible information, because if we had just said A-OK back on January 30th, we would not have had the benefit of the information that we have in these intervening months. So again, I really encourage Council to continue to do active due diligence on this subject as we move forward in redefining the city. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't see anybody else on the queue. We'll move to a vote then. Okay, so I have a motion to sever. Did somebody want to, Councillor Fry, did you want to explain your?
Yeah, I'm happy to vote for some of this, but not for D, so I'd like to sever the various elements. And
okay, each A, B, C, and D is separate votes?
Please.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, so perhaps can we, just before we go with the voting, is there any way to pull that up on the screen so folks can look at what they're voting for? I have it in front of me in my binder, but I'm not sure if everybody else does. Okay, is this coming up now? Great, thanks very much. So the first vote will be on A, whether or not we're going to instruct staff to report back to council on the relationship between City of Vancouver, SNC-Lavalin, and Bombardier. Okay, that's passed with Councillor Boyle and myself in opposition. Move to number B. Letter B, sorry. Councillor Dejanova. And that is passed as well with Councillor Boyle, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. Letter C. Councillor Damerano. And that is passed as well with Councillor Boyle in opposition. And the final, D. D. Right, and that has failed with Councillor Kirby, Young, Blythe, Dominato, Boyle, Weeb, Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. Thanks. Okay, on to our next item of unfinished business. Okay, so the next is on Safer Streets, which is the 30-kilometer-an-hour residential street pilot due to, sorry, a bit tongue-tied, due to time constraints on April 29th at the reconvened regular council meeting. Following the standing committee, council referred debate and decision of the above-noted motion to the regular council meeting held today. And I am going to take a cue. Folks would like to speak to this. Councillor Fry, you have up to 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to start by acknowledging and thanking my assistant, Cheryl, and Neil from our security team. I took a pretty bad tumble on a bike yesterday, and Cheryl came and picked me up and dropped my crumpled bike off at the bike repair guys and brought me back here, and Neil came and wrapped me up. I took that tumble turning onto 11th from Hemlock, and there was traffic right behind me, and it was doing 50. And if I had taken that fall on Hemlock, I would not be here with you today. I'd be in the hospital or worse. So it sort of has that real element to it. I'm okay, though, although I won't be doing big thumbs up. Anyway.
Other hand.
So I assume that you've all received the letters from Vancouver Coastal Health that was sent last week in support of this motion. I've been receiving comments and concerns from around the city and the province, letters of support from neighborhoods who would like to see this implemented in their own neighborhood, folks in Dunbar who point to a lack of sidewalks on some of the streets where children are walking in the streets to go to school because they don't have a sidewalk. I got a letter from the mayor of Revelstoke where this has been successfully implemented at a great cost to them. And I really hope that folks can get behind this motion. It's, as I have been reminding people through the media and in talking to folks regularly, this, as it applies, is to really just residential side streets that don't have a center lane. And most normal people typically would drive at 30 kilometers an hour on those side streets. This is to address those of us who live in neighborhoods where we do have people who don't pay that due care and consideration when they're driving through our residential side streets, and giving us the tools to further control that on a civic level. Now, I have supplied an amendment on the advice of staff to the original ask for the request at UBCM, which really is just to recognize the sensitivities around the Union of BC Municipalities and other municipalities and considerations around rural roads and that kind of thing. It gives a little bit more flexibility for individual municipalities to set their own default speed limit. So in the case of Vancouver, it would be a matter of setting a default speed limit. As you're entering the city of Vancouver, the default speed limit is 30 kilometers an hour, for instance, and then we would post the speed limits on every other street as applicable for arterials. I will also note that when I originally spoke to this, about 140 European cities have adopted this protocol. There's even more since that time. Portland, Oregon has similarly adapted 20 miles per hour in all residential side streets. That's about 75% of their entire road network. It's been a year now, and everybody's fine. And people still get to work on time. So, yeah, my amendment is there, I believe. Yeah. So, thank you. Hope you support.
Okay, so we need a seconder for that amendment. Thank you, Councillor Carr. I'm going to move us to the amendment queue then to speak to this amendment. I got Councillor Dejanova on the queue. Please. No?
Oh, yes, I will speak to the amendment.
Okay.
I have an amendment to the amendment. I'm going to add in and hope, because I do think that this fits. Also, I was going to move as a separate amendment, but because ICBC is a part of the provincial government and is governed by the provincial government, I would add in a D, that Council directs staff to report back to Council with a complete budget in a memo for this pilot project before any work begins, and that Council directs staff to explore funding opportunities for this pilot program, including but not limited to ICBC. So what I'm expecting would just be a memo back. I'm not expecting that we would vote on the budget, but I also am aware that through the Motor Vehicle Act and looking at who is responsible for the signage of speed limits and zones, I would hope that, when we look at our budget and we're short money for breakfast programs and other things, that maybe there's a possibility that we could see some of this funding come to us from the provincial government, and specifically from ICBC, maybe even for the pilot for the signage. Maybe it's something that they're interested in pursuing also. And again, I'm asking for a memo before any work begins, just to outline that, and that also would give staff the opportunity to share with us as to whether or not they were able to secure any funding through other organizations. Also, I'd like to add for all vehicles, and Councillor Fry, I'm glad to hear that you're okay and you're here with us, and I think that it always does. I certainly know many people who have not only been in accidents, but lack insurance. I have to say, I've never received a more lively commentary than when I put forward a motion looking at insurance for bicycles. Also have had received some very colorful emails around that, but also understanding that there are several problems. I can say that I myself was out with my stroller and my daughter on our way to a nearby playground near our home, and a cyclist going very, very fast. I don't know. I don't have a monitor to tell how fast. Ran a stop sign, blew through a stop sign where we were crossing a crosswalk, and used some very choice language towards me and my daughter, who were crossing the street as pedestrians with her stroller. And I think that it's important that, instead of pitting vehicles against each other, we're talking about all vehicles here. So I think that is important, that we include all vehicles in this. There are other types of motorized vehicles that aren't necessarily cars as well. And I think that it's not just motor vehicles. There are vehicles that are capable of going over 30 kilometers an hour that aren't motor vehicles. So I would hope that this would, I wish it could be a friendly amendment, and I had sent you similar language to this prior to this meeting as a suggestion to incorporate, but this would allow me to be able to support your complete motion. So hoping that there will be support for this. Thank you.
Councillor Dejanova, I'm just going to stop you there with the clock there for you. My thought is that we should probably deal with this as a separate amendment. It's fine you've introduced it here, just because we should. It doesn't actually amend A. It looks like a separate D that's being added. So my thought is that we should deal with the amendment that's on the floor from Councillor Fry first, and then come back to you on the queue, and then deal with this as a separate amendment. It has the same effect.
Point of information?
Sure. Yep.
Could we deal with the amendments for A and B at the same time, because they just include the words for all vehicles?
I think we should probably bring them both in as separate. Okay. And the language has been improved.
All right.
Thanks. So, yeah,
Thank you
so-
very much.
So thanks for that, and we'll all keep that in our minds as we deal with this amendment from Councillor Fry first, then coming back to you for your amendment. Anybody else? So Councillor Wiebe, I have next.
Yes, I'll be supportive of this amendment. I think that giving the flexibility to municipalities is a great move, and I like the new language involved. I think it's much easier and clearer, so really looking forward to supporting this amendment.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Carr?
Yes, I support this amendment as well. I support it because my understanding is that without the authority granted to us by the Ministry of Transportation and Highways, we would be having to post 30 km/h speed limit signs on every street, and so that it would reduce the cost significantly if we could get a blanket ability to post speeds at 30 km/h and have that become part of public awareness. I'm hopeful that the Ministry of Transportation, the BC government, will be supportive of enabling this because it is a movement forward that I think is gaining momentum around the world. So thank you for that amendment.
Thanks very much. Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. I too will be supportive of the amendment. I've always thought it was strange that you can go the same speed on a side street as you can going down Granville Street or Southwest Marine Drive. So to allow us to create a blanket speed limit in residential areas, I think gives us the right level of jurisdiction to be able to take care of the people that live in our city. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Thanks very much. We've got Councillor Dejanova. Did you want to speak to this, or do you want this?
My apologies. I was speaking to what I thought was an amendment.
Sure.
I too will support this and appreciate Councillor Fry bringing this forward. I did also have a point of information, just further to Councillor Carr's comments, as to how staff interpreted this. I didn't see us as waiting to move forward with this pilot until we had heard back necessarily from the Minister of Transportation and Highways. And in that case, if we didn't wait, that budget may not go along with that. So I'm just wondering if staff would see this as though we would wait for an answer to come back from the consideration of the Minister of Transportation and Highways. I didn't see it that way. I'm seeing Councillor Fry shake his head as no, so I'm going to assume that he will make sure that that's, I don't think we should wait on a pilot. That's why I wanted to incorporate just that staff would send us a memo and maybe look for funding at other places. But I do appreciate this amendment, Councillor Fry, and we'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I will be supporting the amendment because I think in order to achieve this change with the province, it's very important that we have one voice across the province and have our partner municipalities throughout BC on board. So for that reason, in order to get to a place where we have a critical mass of voices across the province to ask them to enact this change, I think it's important that we support this so that our other municipalities can jump on board as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's it for speakers on this, so we can move to a vote on this amendment. And that's passed unanimously. Thank you. So we're back to the main queue. I believe so. Yeah, we've got Councillor Kirby-Yung ahead of you on the main queue, but then then you're next. So Councillor Kirby-Yung, go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure, Councillor Dejanova. Should be on there. Sorry. Go ahead.
Councillor Carr did ask me when I was chairing, so I will ask you. We were in a queue.
Yep.
I was on the queue. That's why I was called for.
In the amendment queue, right?
Uh,
You had moved on. This is.
the main queue. I was on the main queue, but that's okay.
And you seem to have disappeared from the main queue.
I put myself on a different queue. I must have instead. I thought we moved to amendment queue straight away, but that's okay. Thanks.
But I just saw you on this queue and you disappeared. So
Yes, I hadn't touched my mouse. I was talking. So perhaps
Okay.
after Councillor Kirby-Yung, I could move forward with,
sure.
if possible.
Yep.
Okay with Councillor Carr?
That's how I
Not
had you
sure
on
how
the
I disappeared.
on the queue before. Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Please go ahead.
One second. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have sent in an amendment to the clerk, which all councillors should have received. And the spirit of this amendment, I'm very supportive, I want to say, first of all, of the overall motion. I want to thank Councillor Fry for bringing it forward. I know that speed can be scary, and it's safety, real, and sort of a mental comfort level is really important in our residential neighborhoods, and we do certainly experience injuries there. I think the spirit of this particular amendment, which really links back to the city strategy on zero, moving towards zero, and trying to achieve that goal of having 0 fatalities every year, because one is too many, is the fact that in looking at the data, the majority of fatalities, not injuries, do occur on our main arterials and our main roads. So if I look at where they've occurred in 2019, for example, East 41st and Commercial and Hastings, Hastings and Abbott, West 49th. If I go back to 2018 and look at pedestrian fatalities, for example, East King Edward, East 12th, Victoria Drive, Cambie, Southeast Marine, Main Street. And so if you look through, it's almost unequivocally where the fatalities have occurred on those main streets. So I think that the overall motion in terms of slower speeds on our residential side streets is really important. But I'm really concerned as well about safety as it relates to the ultimate price that people pay in terms of fatality. So I know that the city has this goal. I know that there is a report currently online that indicates that an update was provided to council in 2016. I haven't seen one since then. But given, I'd like to understand, for a new council has been sworn in, how are we pacing towards that goal? And are there any other initiatives that we should be looking at to minimize any loss of human life? Thank you.
Thanks very much. And so we've got your amendment there. We need it seconded. Councillor Wiebe, thank you. And we're over the amendment queue. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate the direction as far as reporting back on the moving towards zero safety action plan. I do want to articulate that it's not just about fatalities, and in fact, one of my personal experiences that got me interested in this in the first place was not considered a fatality. Although he ultimately did pass away of his injuries, it was a serious injury, and it was a serious brain injury. And there are lots of injuries that happen when a pedestrian is hit by a car, or a cyclist or a skateboarder is hit by a car that won't necessarily kill them, but could be a life-altering, life-changing injury for them and for their families and for people who care about them. So I'm concerned that the focus is too much about fatalities and not really about the holistic issue, which is safety. So I'm going to try and wrap my head around this as Councillor Carr speaks and maybe come up with an amendment to this amendment. But I think it's a bit of a change in direction as far as focusing just on fatalities. I want to underscore that injuries, life-changing injuries, are just as critical in this instance. So,
thanks very much, Councillor Carr.
Yes, I'm really hoping someone else goes on the queue because I'm in the process of sending an amendment in. So I'd like to hold on speaking until I can get that amendment into the hands of the clerks as per our new protocols. Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Dominato, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. No, I'll briefly speak to the amendment. I appreciate where it's coming from. I do think that Councillor Fry does make an important point around the fact that we can have collisions in some of our side streets, and that they don't necessarily result in fatalities, but do result in long-term injuries and impact. And I'm thinking about head injuries. I'm thinking about some friends and acquaintances where they've been injured. So I think there is merit in that. But I do think that there could be an amendment to this as well that may sort of meet Councillor Fry's sort of needs, so that the intent isn't shifted in terms of the broader motion. So I'll look forward to seeing what Councillor Carr has to present, and perhaps I could talk even slower. No, anyways, I'm going to stop there. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Sure. I thought it might be helpful to provide an additional clarifying point. I did recognize that we do have injuries that are happening, and certainly have a lot of stats to support that on the other side streets. And I think that by nature of moving towards a pilot and then hopefully a change in legislation, that the reduced speed itself on those residential side streets, I think, is anticipated to help reduce those injuries actually occurring. Now, there may be additional strategies that we could take in addition to speed, certainly, and I know that things like traffic calming measures, traffic circles. There's a number of them that can support that. But I think the actual speed reduction itself is hopefully going to be a very key factor in reducing those injuries. So this amendment certainly is not intended to not acknowledge that. It's intended to augment the fact that we're taking one significant step, if this motion passes, to reduce injuries on side streets, but we still have this other very real additional issue that relates specifically to the main arterials. And this is sort of a strategy that was previously adopted by council. And I would note that although the terminology in the report and the strategy is zero fatalities, there is a lot of information in previous reports to council, and the last one I found, as I said, was 3 years ago, about injuries as well itself. It is part of the strategy. It's not just fatalities. It talks about injuries as well. So it's incorporated in that strategy. So I would say don't be distracted just by the name of it. My understanding is that the scope of that particular initiative also incorporates injury strategies and with a target for injury reduction. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you. I do think I wanted to look at the exact details, but I do think that it is important to acknowledge the fatalities that come with this as well, and make sure that we clearly state them in the recommendations to staff. It's there's a lot of business that we work through here at the City of Vancouver, but when we go back and we look in the minutes, I think that it is important to look towards zero fatalities, and I say that in referencing an article that outlines some of the details of an unfortunate fatality that I remember from 2009 at Abbott and Expo Boulevard, where a baby was killed by a car, and that was a mother pushing a stroller. So I think that it is important. Then I think it's an addition to Councillor Fry's motion. That's how I see it. I don't see it as taking away from anything that he has brought forward, but I think that it's important that we do remember that.
And we're just at 5.
Okay, that we do remember that, and I had some more facts here, but I'll leave it at that.
Thanks very much. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Council, for your comments in the interim. I have I've got an amendment, so this would be an amendment to this amendment, and it's to add in the words zero after zero, zero fatalities and serious injuries action plan. It talks about a towards zero safety action plan, which I think there may have been some words missing there anyway. But I'm adding in the word zero fatalities and serious injuries. And that gets at the fact that it's not just about fatalities, it is about injuries. That is what our action plan is around. And secondly, recognizing that traffic-related fatalities typically occur on main streets and arterials. I think that's unnecessary. When I saw that language, I thought, oh, well, this is out of order because that's a totally different it's moving us back to main streets, whereas really this is about the arterials. And so I don't think it's necessary to be in this motion. And the zero fatalities and serious injuries action plan covers that off anyway, because we have fatalities and serious injuries throughout the city on all our streets, main streets or side streets, and side streets. So that's the rationale for my amendment to the amendment.
Okay. I need a seconder for that one. Councillor Fry, thank you. Over to Amendment Q2. Anybody wish to speak to this amendment to the amendment? I don't see anybody on the queue, so we can go to the vote. Sorry, Councillor Kirby-Yung. We're all kind of voting, but go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, just for clarity, I just wanted to state this was not my language. This is actually the formal name of the staff report. That's why it's titled, and I have it up on screen here, and it says Moving Towards Zero Safety Action Plan. So I note with the amendment, it's actually titled, but just for clarity, I appreciate sort of the context around adding in serious injuries, but that particular language is actually specifically the name of a current strategy. So
yeah, well, we're at the amendment to the amendment part, so we can't amend this any further. And this is the amendment that's on the floor and been seconded. So you can vote against it, I guess, that if that language is.
I just wanted to provide some clarity for context there. Thank you.
Sure, thanks. Okay, Councillor Domino, yep, that's passed. Okay, thank you very much, unanimously. So we're back to the amendment queue. Councillor Carr, did you have anything else to add?
No, I support the amendment.
Okay, thanks very much. Now we're back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, anything else?
No, thank you.
Councillor Dejanova.
Are we on the main queue?
We're
or
on the main queue.
Amendment queue.
Well, not yet, because you have to put your amendment forward.
Okay, so we
It has to be
voted on
seconded.
this amendment. I thought we had to vote on this amendment, Mr.
Okay, sorry. I forgot to call the vote. So we're going to vote on this amendment. Right? Yep, I don't see any other speakers on the queue, so Councillor Carr was off. So we're going to vote on the amended amendment. Sorry about that. Okay, and that's passed. Thanks very much. Now we're back to the main queue. Thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you. I would like to put forward my, I don't have much more to say. I think I had said a number of things earlier. I also do want to note that there have been confrontations between pedestrians and cyclists, between cyclists and cyclists, between cyclists and cars, between cars and cars. I think that it's between motorcycles and scooters. I feel that it's important to include the words all vehicles, because what I can share is I saw vehicles being divided and in a sense pitted. I don't think that this was the intention. It certainly wasn't staff, but I felt that we needed to come towards more of an educational program and a collaborative program where everyone was trying to do their part and it wasn't so inflammatory and there weren't the accusations that perhaps I saw come forward last term. So I really do appreciate what Councillor Fry has put forward. I do think that there is possibly some money left on the table there with ICBC. I'm just asking for staff to explore this. Again, I've been very, very specific in a memo so that this would not be a report back and council wouldn't have to vote on this. But I do think that this is important, especially as other municipalities undertake this and maybe look at moving forward with this, and UBCM as well. I think that it's important to look at the cost on every single arterial, what a installed sign or signage would come to. So I would hope that this would be something that Councillor Fry sees as complementing the motion and almost looking for funding opportunities. And as the chair of the Standing Committee on Finance and City Services, always very aware of that and making sure we have that extra money at the end of the day to look towards, providing breakfast to kids in schools. Although it might not be our obligation, it's something that we need to do, and we need to make sure that people living in Vancouver have the services they need. We're one of the third least affordable cities in the world, last time I checked. Maybe we've moved up, maybe we've moved down, but considering the current situation, I'd like to make sure that we work with the province to find funding for that. Again, this doesn't hold back any of the work, and as Councillor Carr had said, I see this fitting quite well, but actually looking for funding for the pilot. That being said, it's just a memo back. There's no vote of council on this. And also including for all vehicles, because I think then it doesn't pit vehicles against each other. I've noted my own example of where a cyclist felt that, the stop sign did not apply to them, but somehow I was to stop being a pedestrian with my daughter in a stroller. I mean, that's my lived experience. That's what I'm coming here with, and it would just make me comfortable to say all vehicles. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Carr. Sorry, need a seconder for that one. Do I have a seconder for this motion? And it's not Councillor Carr. Do I have a seconder for this one?
Yes, but I'm going to amend. So.
Okay, we have a...
I'm not going to amend.
Sorry, so are you seconding or not?
Yes.
Councillor Dominato seconding. And I've got the amendment queue then. Councillor Carr. I'm just going to reset your timer here. Please go ahead.
Yes. Yes, I was going to suggest amending, but it's now sort of severed. So I'm wondering, I guess it's actually a question. Under E, I would not support the first clause in E because the budget is already in C, in the regular motion, but I would support further that council direct staff to explore funding opportunities. So I'm wondering if we can sever those two, or do I have to amend it to remove the first?
No, I think we can sever.
We can
just
sever
add it as
it?
F.
Okay, then my intention would be to not vote for the first part, as I say, because the motion already directs staff to come back with the budget. It's redundant in my mind. But I think that there is nothing in the current motion around exploring funding opportunities, and I think that is a good idea.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the amendment queue to speak for this? Councillor Wiebe, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm troubled by the for all vehicles because looking at the Motor Vehicle Act, vehicles does not include a device designed to be moved by human power, device used exclusively or stationary rails or trails, mobile equipment, or motor-assisted cycles. So in speaking to the amendment, it talked about bicycles being a component of going all vehicles, but then looking at the Motor Vehicle Act, it doesn't. So I actually think the motion prior, without all vehicles, dealt with a more larger spectrum, so I'll be voting against this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you very much. I appreciate Councillor Carr thinking that that was redundant. I thought we might be able to actually expedite this program with possibly, not that I don't want to report back, but staff could begin work if we had a memo instead of waiting for a formal, when can we get this on the council agenda to come back to us, and understanding also the time we're working with as we move towards possibly deadlines for other areas where this could be submitted, such as UBCM. So that was my hope. I didn't strike anything else because I kind of also wanted to be sensitive to the fact that I know that Councillor Fry has done a lot of work with staff on this. To Councillor Wiebe's point, in fact, motor vehicles, the example, and I'm not sure, Councillor Wiebe, if you heard my example, but that wouldn't help my daughter and I in our stroller crossing the street if a bicycle decides that it's going to go over 30 kilometers an hour, or it could be any other type of vehicle. It could be a hand pedal cycle. It could be any other type of vehicle. So I think adding all vehicles, there are vehicles that aren't motor vehicles that have the capability to go over 30 kilometers an hour, and I think that it is important to include all vehicles in that. So it's not necessarily just the Motor Vehicle Act, but it looks at all vehicles, because as you may remember, there was a woman who was hit in the Kids Lino neighborhood, or almost hit. She was clipped, and she was 5 months pregnant by a cyclist. That being said, she felt that the cyclist was going quite fast, and likely faster than 30 kilometers an hour if you read some of the media articles. So I do feel that, again, this actually broadens it to say all vehicles, and I think that it's something that may be helpful, and I'd like to not see that divisiveness. I'd like to see us all come together here, and I think that we just all need to do that to educate all people about our streets here in the city of Vancouver. So for that reason, I would hope that that language would be supported and would stay in. And I thank Councillor Fry for bringing forward this motion. And I say all of that now so I don't have to speak again. Thank you.
Thanks very much. On to Councillor Fry.
So to the various points, I really love the idea of working with ICBC on this. I think that's a fantastic initiative and opportunity, and I really appreciate the addition of that. It does allude to adding the budget already in C, so I'm not really sure if it makes a difference to add it twice, or to me it doesn't seem to. On the subject of for all vehicles, and I do very much appreciate Councillor Dijanova's anecdote. I live adjacent to a busy bike route, and we've seen similar incidents, and we've had to actually have the city's come and installed traffic calming to deal with this. We had a woman who had her entire front teeth knocked out when she was hit by a cyclist as a pedestrian. So it's a real issue, and I think I would be fully supportive of exploring how we can deal with this in a fulsome other motion. But the reality is cyclists don't have speedometers, and it's really impossible for non-motorized vehicles to really understand how fast you're going. I think it's a larger conversation about respecting pedestrians when you're not in a motor vehicle, but you're in some kind of fast-moving non-motorized vehicle. And as Councillor Wiebe alludes, bikes aren't covered at all under the Motor Vehicle Act. There's no obligation for insurance for cyclists because essentially, for all intents and purposes, this is about cyclists. And I don't want to see the whole motion get kind of muddied and derailed by trying to address a very serious issue that I 100% agree with you and respect you on. I just don't know that it works in this context. So I'll be supporting the ICBC one for sure, though. Thank you.
Thanks. I just had more of a query. I mean, and perhaps we can answer it when we get back to the main queue, but we do have a lot of 30-kilometer zones all over the city now. And I'm just wondering if, and maybe this is something we can talk about as we get back to the main queue, if one of those zones could be used for a kind of quick start project, pilot project. Because we do have them in bike lanes and bike zones and around schools. And so rather than starting up a whole new one, we could get right to work on one that's already there. Just my thought. Okay, Councillor Bly.
Thank you. So after consideration, it's a difficult one, being both a cyclist and somebody who drives a vehicle. I was hesitant to sort of bring in, but I will be voting in favor of this, and I think it's because it's a pilot project. That we may choose at the end of the day to not have it apply to the entire city, and maybe it is. I agree with Councillor Fry in that cyclists often don't know how fast they're going, but there are electric bikes. There are a lot of concerns that happen with cyclists. I think, and I'm concerned that we pass a motion today that will then, again, create a divisive relationship between vehicles and bikes that already exists. And so you've got cars going 30, and you're going to have a bike screaming past the car. You know, maybe for a pilot project, we ought to look at all of the scenarios, and then we'll be able to tease it back to what's appropriate based on staff recommendations. So for that reason, I will be voting in favor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. And that's it for the queue. So we're going to move it, just to remind everybody, we're going to be voting on B, E, and F, the second further. And I asked, were we asked to sever this one? And we're going to sever that one, so we'll vote on each one separately. So the first vote will be on B. On B. And that's passed. Now we're going to move to E. Council. And that one has Councillor Kirby-Yung. We're waiting for your vote. That one has passed with Councillor Boyle, Wiebe, Swanson, Fry, and Carr in opposition. And F. Councillor Bly. And that's passed as well unanimously. So after all that, we'll see where we wind up. Just while we're waiting here, I do have Councillor Carr in the main queue because this is, we've just voted on that amendment and we're waiting for the final resolution. If there's anybody else that wants to speak to this, just get you on the main queue. We'll just wait for, yeah. Okay, so Councillor Carr, can you speak without it on the screen?
I can speak, yes.
Okay, sure.
Fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I just really wanted to thank Councillor Fry for bringing this forward. It's about time, and the City of Vancouver, that we were really thinking about the safety of people on all our streets. We do have, as part of our Transportation 2040 plan, a goal to have 0 fatalities and serious injuries, and we need to pay attention to where those injuries are. We do pay attention on our main arterials at those very busy and accident-prone locations and intersections, but there's a lot of injuries that take place on side streets, and we hear about them. And we see people rat racing down, as they say, down those side streets when arterials are blocked. So, it is about time. I'm really happy to hear that so many cities are also getting on board, not just in Europe, but also in North America. So I'm happy to see this going forward to UBCM, where it can be discussed here and provincially, and we can get the support of the provincial government and making it easier for us to implement by allowing us to do blanket speed zoning throughout the residential area of the city. When I've talked to people about it, it's interesting when you tell them, this is about the streets that don't have the center lines on them. These are the residential streets. And they go, oh, okay, I get it. Yes, you're right. Those are the streets where people are walking, where kids are playing. Those are the streets where we should be going slower. So, I think that feedback to me, that once they realize, and I think there might be an educational process that's needed here, that people are very supportive. They get it around playgrounds. They get it around schoolyards where we post for 30 kilometers an hour. I think they just need to get it for the rest of the streets, some of which are very narrow when you have parked cars on both sides. So there is a real problem on those streets. We all got a letter from Mr. James Boothroyd talking about his neighborhood and how supportive they are of this. And he talked about the fact that he lives in Riley Park. And so, Mr. Mayor, when you were talking about a pilot, I actually thought about this letter because he has a petition with all 30 of his neighbors in support of that posting. And it's a neighborhood bounded by 16th Avenue, King Edward, Main, and Canby. These are busy streets. I mean, the arterials that surround it. So I think that there are people raring to go to see this as part of a safety mechanism within their own neighborhood. So I think we would probably have people jumping at the chance to be the first in line to have the pilot there. And again, thank you. I think the amendments were good today, but thank you, Councillor Fry, for bringing this forward.
Great, thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. And so I, too, will be voting in favor of this motion. And thank Councillor Fry for bringing it forward. It seems that around the council chambers, we all have stories of where we've been impacted by speed and vehicles on residential side streets. We lost a dog many, many years ago. Lucy bolted from the front step of our house, saw a cat across. We were coming from a walk, took her off the leash, and she bolted and was hit by a car, definitely going 45 to 50 kilometers an hour, I would say. Now, the trauma was all for sure on us, but it was also on the driver. She felt terrible. And that was really difficult for her. So I think we're actually going to be able to not make this about a war on cars, and we've heard different commentary. It's not about that. It's just about changing the culture of how we interact, and as the city densifies and there's more people and more cars and more bikes, it increases the awareness of speed does cause harm. And that is what I see in this motion. That being said, I also think enforcement is interesting, and I'll look forward to hearing back from the staff on what that looks like. We have people that blow through stop signs, that do all sorts of things, rolling stops and things like that are also a big part of this issue. So it's not just about speed. There's other things going on that we struggle to enforce. So hopefully there'll be some more advice from staff about how we address that. I think we should be increasing the speed on arterials. It's not addressed in this motion, but I also think that getting from A to B in the city, there are certain streets that 60 or 65 is still appropriate. Because at the end of the day, if you're a pedestrian, the responsibility falls on your shoulders to be cautious when crossing those main arterial streets. So, I think we don't want to abdicate any or all of responsibility from the pedestrian who's going to be hurt the most if they come into contact with a vehicle, and it's a serious issue. So I think it's important to articulate that we can't be afraid of cars. Pet owners, I never take my dog off the leash now until we're inside the house and the door is closed, because we've learned from a really difficult experience. So, those things are also important, that we recognize we're not setting out regulations that abdicate responsibility from the people that are going to get hurt most, which is the pedestrians. So for all those reasons, I think this is proactive, and I really appreciate it coming forward. So I will enthusiastically be in support.
Thanks very much. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, very supportive, mostly on pilot projects while we go forward with the citywide plan. I think this is an amazing opportunity for us to try out what will work and really ask the residents of Vancouver what they want to see moving forward. I mean, we have this opportunity where we're going out to the public and saying, what is the city you want to see, live in, be a part of? I think people drive as fast as the conditions, so I think if we are moving forward in this direction, built form will be a huge component. So how do we build and design our residential streets so people go slower? The amendments we went through are interesting to me because in the original motion, it talked about focusing on mixed mode use. And I think that's really important for our neighborhood streets. And when we add all vehicles, and the Motor Vehicle Act talks about vehicles not including bikes and electric bikes. The original motion really talked about a mixed mode, and I think that's what we're trying to do moving forward, is put a mixed mode. And I think the changes we made to the amendments to the motion have actually put cars in front. And I really appreciated the original motion that really talked about mixed mode, because that's what we want in our neighborhood streets, is bikes, cars, electric scooters, and all of that living together. And that's what you see across the world in cities that you love and want to be a part of. So we'll be supportive. Some of the changes are going to be difficult, but I know that we're going to do a good pilot, and I look forward for the citywide plan.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be brief in my comments because I think a lot of it's been covered. But first off, I want to thank Councillor Fry for bringing forward this motion. I think it's very thoughtful. I think the notion of doing it as a pilot so we can try it out and see how it works and then get a report back from staff, I think will be very helpful. The acknowledgement that this is, it's not uncharted territory in terms of what's happening around the world. Councillor Fry was sharing there's an abundance of research and experience in other jurisdictions. I think that's helpful. Also, and Councillor Bly touched on this, but we talk about densification, but I think most of us who are living in neighborhoods, you can already see that now today between navigating street parking, people walking, people on scooters, bikes, is that that mixed mode. I support that, and I also think intuitively many of us are actually already doing this, is we actually are slowing down. So I actually don't think this is a radical change if we were to adopt something more widely in the city or across the province, is that we do have to sort of slow down to navigate through our side streets. And so I think it has an enormous merit, and I think safety is important as we are moving in different ways around our city, whether it be cycling, whether it be walking, driving. I do all of those things. I think probably most people in this room do, so we can relate. So applaud Councillor Fry for bringing this forward. I think it's a great motion, a great initiative, and do look forward to staff coming back with more information, as well as how we look at enforcement and other things like Councillor Bly touched on. But thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you, and thanks to Councillor Fry also for bringing this forward. I think it's a really important topic, and I think it's time and it's timely. Our city is really densifying, so I'll try not to hit some of the comments from the other councillors, but just add a couple of additional points. I think it's really about building human-scale neighbourhoods, and as we're increasingly dense, there's a lot more activity happening on those streets. I think we always have to look at challenges and problems as multifaceted for solutions. I think this is a really important part of it. But I think that we're also going to need to have smart street design. We're going to need to have traffic calming measures. We're going to need to look at traffic circles. I think we have to be realistic. And I know in conversations with the VPD that enforcement ability is going to be limited. So it is about a cultural change and making sure there's good information, there's good education, and that the street design also supports that. It's interesting, I did an interview the other day. And the topic was on electric vehicles. And I think this is another point that hasn't been talked about. And at the time I said, it's really great that we might be able to reduce some of the noise pollution in the city, because as it densifies, it gets increasingly noisy out there, and it's really hard to get that mental respite and that quiet in the city. But the challenge, I think, when it relates to safety is as we have more electric vehicles, we're also going to lose those noise cues for people to be able to hear them coming down the street. So, we have, 5 different senses. So, people and kids and dogs, whatever, could see or hear a car. And that's not going to be the same as we increase our adoption of electric vehicles. So I think, we have to think about all of these different things that are happening, and in terms as we move towards the sustainability goals, that there's going to be different impacts, and that means that we have to adjust our strategies as we move forward. And I really do want to kind of reinforce the comment that was made around mixed mode use, because I've talked to a lot of people that are really excited about the electric bikes they're buying. They're buying other bicycles. People are getting fit. The weather's getting nice. There's a lot of folks out there. And those bikes, and especially electric vehicles, they can be whipping along at speed, and oftentimes much faster than the cars may be going intuitively, because, our streets are narrow. I think Councillor Dominato referenced it, and people are slowing down. And they, too, have a responsibility on the road, and can be involved in either in terms of causing or being sort of the victims of accidents. So I think we have to start looking at the definition of what a vehicle is very differently. It's all about how we are moving and transporting people, and that is going to continue to take different forms moving forward. So with all that said, for that reason, I will support it, and I'm looking forward to the pilot. Pilots are a great way to start something in a quicker period of time and get some learnings before we apply it on a broader basis. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Boyle, just reminding councillors we're kind of start coming in on the noon hour.
I'll be quick too then, and just say I know how much work Councillor Fry put into this, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness and attention to detail in it, and am thrilled to see it moving forward, and so look forward to voting for it, and thanks for that effort.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I think this is a really good motion. It's not often that we can do something that will just straightforwardly maybe save lives or keep people from getting injured, and I want to thank Councillor Fry for bringing it forward. I think it's good. I know in the downtown east side where residents fought and people at Vandu fought to get a 30-mile-per-hour speed limit on Hastings, and I think it probably already has saved lives, and it probably could if we have it in residential areas too.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I guess just really to close, and I want to thank all of council for all the thoughtful comments and inputs on this. I really appreciate it, and I think there's a larger conversation here about what public realm means in our city. And as Councillor Wiebe alluded, we're moving into a citywide planning process, and I've received letters from all across our city. Every single neighborhood in the city, somebody has pointed to their neighborhood and somewhere where we could use a little traffic calming. I was originally inspired politically many years ago. I went down to Portland to look at how they do things in Portland, and one of the big inspirations for me was a guy named Mark Lakeman, who coined this term intersection repair. And where there was a lot of these expensive infrastructure, traffic calming things that cities can do, they went with really simple grassroots kind of approaches to just really remind folks that this is our public realm. This is where our kids play street hockey. This is where I'm teaching my daughter how to ride a bicycle. This is where people live. It's not just a place for cars. And as we move into electric vehicles, which we can't hear, and autonomous vehicles, which will change the whole nature of how we navigate through our cities, it's really important to take another look at what public realm means and what livable cities mean. And so I'm really so happy to be with the council like this that all got behind this motion, and thank you.
Thanks very much. And that's it for speakers, so we can vote on the amended motion. And that's passed unanimously. Thank you, council. Okay. Okie doke. So we are on my script here somewhere. There it is. Okay, so we've got 10 minutes left. So we have 8 bylaws on the agenda for consideration by council. Sorry? A1, okay, that's not in the, oh, right, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry, I missed a number. Okay, sorry, now consider, sorry about that, council. We're going to consider reports held for debate, speakers, or questions to staff. And we have just 10 minutes. A1 was held, so Councillor Hardwick, did you have something you want to ask on the capital budgets and amendments? I have a whole queue here. Is that for folks to... Nope. I'm going to clear the queue then. I'm going to ask Councillor Hardwick to put herself on. Okay, Councillor Hardwick, please go ahead.
This report under the recommendations is asking for an increase of $4.5 million to the 2019 to 2022 capital plan. I'm concerned that we should not be increasing amounts in this capital plan. We are moving forward into our 2020 budgeting process and scoping process as a council. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt.
Go ahead.
As we know, the capital plan was approved by plebiscite on the back of the ballot last October, and it had been the items that were included in this had been approved, I believe, in July of 2018 by the prior council. This council approved the budget in December. And we are, even though we really had a very short period of time to examine the budget and the capital plan going forward. So my concern in approving the recommendations here is that we are increasing the capital plan by $4.5 million, which may not seem like a lot of money, but when we consider the increases that we have before us in property taxes, in borrowing, and in dependence on developer contributions, I would like to send this back and suggest that staff find a way to balance the adjustments and closeouts without adding additional expense or increasing the capital plan budget. So I guess my question to staff would be, have you explored every possible way to balance this without coming back to us for approval and additional funds?
Thank you. So probably the largest portion, well, not probably, the largest portion of the increase is $3.1 million in transportation, which is fully funded by TransLink. So we continue through the course of the year and through the course of capital plans to look for external funding. And whenever we can find external funding that can offset some of ours, then we can set some of our money aside. In this case, it's additional work that's been identified along 41st. And so TransLink we've worked with TransLink. They're fully funding all of the work, the $3.1 million. But because it's added work to our capital budget and our capital plan, it's an increase in the total dollars in the capital budget, but it is fully funded by TransLink for the $3.1 million. If council is asking us to keep the overall budget the same, that means that when we identify a project from TransLink that they want to fund, we would need to cut a city project somewhere else in the system, which would be far more difficult. Right now, it's easy for us to say, yes, we can work jointly, you're funding it, and it's very consistent with our goals and objectives. But that's the $3.1 million increase. I think there's $825 million for modular housing that's also being added, and that's the majority of it. But does that make sense?
I hear you, but I don't know that you hear me. We have seen an increase overall in the budget in the last decade of 50%, and increasing issues around affordability.
You need to stand while you're...
Oh, sorry, forgot. Council still getting 6 months in and still getting the protocol down. But I am concerned that I have never heard any kind of attempt to say, we're going to hold the line here. We're not going to increase the numbers. We're not going to look at what we can be doing to hold the line and maybe even push back a little bit. And I would like to see that happening. If these are engineering, I mean, I'm sure as I continue to look for more detailed numbers that engineering and transportation engineering in particular has been one of the largest growth segments of our ever-increasing budget and capital plan.
Okay, you have another question?
So my question is...
And just 20 seconds left.
Again, what measures have been taken to hold the line and then look at where we could have savings rather than increasing, notwithstanding TransLink's contributions?
And just 10 seconds.
So we've maintained our project list, our city-funded budgets, and so we're not increasing those. The increase is from external funding. And as I said, if council is asking us to reduce our capital projects when senior levels of government or other levels of government offer us money to do additional work, then that would be a very different exercise for us. We would need, so these are projects that we've already designed, are scheduled for construction, and are ready to begin. So if council is asking us to cancel those in order to accept money from another agency, that would be a much more complex exercise for us. We're not increasing our spend, we're keeping our spend of city funds the same, but when other money comes available to us, we look at trying to add those projects for others as well.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm conscious of the time. I have a point of information from Councillor Dejanova.
Try and be quick. I was just wondering what there was some suggestion that maybe this not be accepted and closed out, and I was just wondering if staff might comment on the ramifications of that. I'd just like to know what the ramifications for us would be. Would that affect our credit rating? Would that affect us knowing
I'm actually
what we're moving forward with?
I'll have to put you on a question for staff for that one. Not really a point of information because we've got staff right here. So if you want to,
That was a point of information to Councillor Hardwick. I don't have my own questions. It was just that one.
but if you do have questions, you're welcome to put yourself on the queue. Councillor Hardwick, that's done. I'm just looking at the time here. We are at 11:58. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 folks on the queue, so I think we're going to have to come back for this after 3 o'clock. Unless folks would rather email their questions in. And you could signify that by taking yourself off the queue. And if you haven't taken yourself off the queue, and okay, so folks still on the queue, so we're going to have to come back at 3 o'clock to start with this piece of business with Councillor Dominetto and Councillor Kirby-Yung on the queue. Thanks very much. We'll see you at 1 o'clock in camera and then 3 o'clock back here in council chambers. Sure.
My point of order is really around the comment that was made by Councillor Hardwick to staff, and it's not been sitting well with me, and I just want to remind members of council that you should not buy, and the phrase she used was, "You have not heard me." And section 5.2F of the of our procedure bylaw says you should not, by words, etc., express an opinion or make allegations that directly or indirectly reflect upon the character of a person or a group of people. I think saying to staff that you have not heard me is inappropriate to say within our council chambers.
Okay, thank you. That's noted. Thanks very much. Okay, so we're going to, we need to recess or okay. Okay, so we're going to recess now and we'll come into in camera at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're all here. Great. We are back on. And let's see, what are we working on here? This is administrative report with questions. We're on administrative report number 1, quarterly capital budget adjustments and closeouts. We had Councillor Hardwick had just finished, so we're on to Councillor Dominato. We're up to, if staff is ready. I think they're ready.
Yep. Okay.
Staff all ready? Okay, let's go to Councillor. They seem to be conversing over there.
That's probably the person I need.
All ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're still on report 1, correct? The capital
Yes.
budget adjustments.
That's right.
Just for staff, a question just around one of the, I feel like I'm echoing today. The proposal here is, I know we're doing sewer separation work around Nanaimo, but there's a proposal here for an additional $2.8 million to do a separated, I think, bike route on that. And I'm just wondering if you could expand on that, because I do believe there are bike routes dedicated on neighboring streets east and west of Nanaimo, and sort of what the thinking is behind adding that, and if it's both sides of the street, and just if we could get a little bit more information about that proposal.
Sure. And probably guess the first thing is the wording is a little inaccurate. That we had written that earlier in the process before we spoke with the neighborhood and got feedback on what the priorities were from the neighborhood, and the priorities from the neighborhood were around pedestrian safety and pedestrian crossing. So the added works are actually pedestrian crossings and curb bulges to narrow that. There's actually not a separated bike lane on that road being proposed. We're proposing a painted line. So to give you a more full answer, when we're doing major work in the city, in this case the sewer main, we have a dig once policy. We try to combine, so sewers that identify this corridor for separation. So at the same time, we go and consult with the neighborhood to see what sorts of upgrading would be beneficial there at the surface. We have an active transportation corridors program budget, so we've got program money that's there for walking and cycling. And so what we're doing in this report is allocating the specific amount from the program into a project. So that's why it's coming into the budget for this year's spend, but it's coming from a program that's approved in the capital plan, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. I just want to clarify though, because what you just said though is, so in terms of the page I'm looking at is part of Appendix 2, page 1. Are you saying that it talks about a separated bikeway? That's actually not part of this, because you heard the feedback was more around pedestrian safety, so it's actually not. This is inaccurate at this point.
Yes, it's not a separated bikeway. It's,
okay.
That's inaccurate. It's pedestrian crossings primarily along the corridor and a painted bike lane in the space.
Okay, yeah.
And small segments. There might be a small segment of separation just for safety at a specific location, but it's not a separated bike lane along the corridor.
Okay, and I think I'm just scrolling to find the page, because I think, sorry, I probably won't be able to find it at my fingertips, because
what I just referred to is on page 1 of Appendix 2.
Yeah, and then I think there was another reference to it in the report, but I'm just wondering if that will be amended for future, because this is a public record, and just for clarity for that be amended.
Yes, I can talk to the clerk about how we would do that, but yes, certainly.
Because, yeah, what I'm hearing, though, is that you heard from the consultation. That was my other question, is what kind of consultation? Because I know you did open houses, but it was largely around pedestrian safety because of the crossings in that area. And
so that's where the surface improvements are targeted, is on pedestrian safety and pedestrian crossings.
Thank you for clarifying that. I'm glad I've asked the question. Thank you.
And again, apologies for the wording in the report. That was an earlier version.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Carr.
Well, actually, I was prepared to move it, but I see that Councillor DiGenova is back on the queue, maybe with questions. So
Okay, thanks. Move it ahead, and you can put yourself back on if you like. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks very much. Just further to what was a point of information before, but because there was some conversation and before the motion is moved, I think that it would be good to have some clarity on looking at the financial accountability and transparency
that closing out the quarter allows us to move forward so that we have accountability and transparency in each quarter. Is that correct? If not, it stays open and we continue to spend?
Yes, it's good practice or best practice for us to try to close work orders and project accounting as soon as we can. In some cases, it's hard to do that because there's a trickle in of costs, but whenever those stay open, you don't have a finalized cost. And once we close them, we know exactly the finalized amount that was spent, and that also allows us to look at what is left over and how we want to reallocate that or not. That would be a council decision, but we have clarity on what our financial position is at that point in the year.
And it would help us to understand things like, for instance, it's my understanding with our contingency budget, we have a certain amount. We have more snow this year than we usually do. So in years we didn't have any snow, we'd have a certain amount of contingency maybe left over. This would go into surplus funds if there was any left over, but we'd know what we had more clearly. Is that correct?
Yeah, you'd have more. You'd
I'm
have
just
much.
giving an example of. I'm not saying that's what it is.
You'll have
I see that.
you have more clarity on how much funding is there, and then council's decision about what to do with it.
Thanks. I didn't mean to make staff jump up for that specific.
You brought it back to me when you mentioned snow.
Great.
It was shifting over to Colin.
I think it's great.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on the question before the break and just from my own head make sure I've got clarity on numbers. So the breakdown on recommendation A that council approved an increase of 4.5 million, and we talked about 2.8 being for the addition, 3.1 being for the translate work and being funded by them. So I'm just doing the math, and I just want to make sure I've got this clear. So I take the 3.1 for the 4.5. The other 1.4 is attributable specifically to? So we're being asked to add a net $1.4 million. Is that the bottom line? And to fund what? And to fund what and to come from where?
Yeah, so the appendix to the report, if you look at the furthest right column, will itemize the areas where there are actual additions to the plan. And so you can see that in addition to the amount that was spoken about earlier, there is also an amount for affordable housing, and which is $825,000. So that would be on the appendix 2, page 1 of 3. Looking in the rightmost column, and then you'll see the 3.1 for the 41st Avenue Beeline construction, 200,000 for transportation for transportation design investigation, and then finally on page 2 of 3. Further down the page, you'll see that there are 2 items related to the Vancouver Police Department, implementation of the operational review for the acquisition of police fleet vehicles and technology support costs. So for those items in particular, they were the funding for those was approved as part of the operating budget to support the multi-year implementation of the Vancouver Police Department operational review, but specifically for the fleet and the technology costs. As a practice, we like to set up capital project budgets for those to manage them as capital projects consistent with other fleet costs and technology costs. So we do this administrative adjustment to add to those budgets.
So sorry, so just to recap, so for the...
I have a point of order here. Just a second, please. Okay.
All right. So I have declared conflict on voting on the Vancouver Police Department's fleet, as was advised to me by legal staff. So if we continue on with this, I'm either going to have to conflict out, but I wouldn't want to do that considering this is about a question. I would then ask for a recess. I suppose I look to staff for this point of, it's a point of order in that I did conflict out of this, but I'm not sure how much of this vote, I understand it's closing out the budget, so I believe we need to take a legal recess, but because this matter has come up and I wasn't aware that this matter was coming up in open council, I couldn't get a legal opinion ahead of time. So I'd like to move for at least a 5-minute recess right now to allow myself to be able to participate in the vote.
Sure. We'll have to take a vote on that to see if we take a 5-minute recess for a legal opinion on
For
whether.
myself, if I'd known ahead of time, I would have had the information.
Is it specifically about the report, or is it about the
It's
information?
about the question, now that the question's been
Okay,
asked.
but
I don't know.
is it about what we've been provided since last Thursday in the report?
No, it's specifically about this one question. I understand that this report and the closeouts were quite general.
Yeah.
However, now that this question has been asked, as I'm applying previous legal advice to this that I've been given, I understand that now that this question has been posed, and I'm sitting here for this question, that I would need a recess to be able to understand if this is something that I need to conflict out on. And had I had that question ahead of time, I would have known.
Well, yes.
So I'd like to move for a recess so that I'd be able to participate in this vote, if possible, and
My other
try my very
suggestion would
best.
be that you just remove yourself from the room while this general line of questioning is going on, and then if you don't think there's a conflict on the document they were given to vote on, then that would
So
be
you
fine.
could come and get me afterwards.
Absolutely.
Great.
Please continue.
Okay, you were saying in terms of, so I see here, police department fleet, 255, but that was previously approved in operating and now it's being recognized in capital?
So we're doing an administrative process to transfer the funding, which is already approved in operating, transfer it to set up a capital project. So as per procedure and practice, we would set up a capital project budget to allow for the maintenance of that project consistent with other capital projects.
So if the bottom line, if I'm understanding correctly, is council's being asked to approve an incremental net $1.4 million after taking out the Translate funding, where is the funding coming from?
The funding for the remaining items, the police department items, is coming from the operating budget, so it would get transferred from approved operating budget into capital fund to set up this project.
And for the other items, I guess where I'm going with my question is if we are being asked to approve incremental spending above and beyond the budgets that are previously approved, is there a source of funding? Is that net or net? Where are we going to find the incremental if I take out the 255 off the 1.4, I'm down to about 1.55. So where is that $1 million envisioned to come from?
So there's the external portion. Which was from TransLink. There's the portion related to the housing projects, which we can speak on just in a moment. CMHC funding for the housing.
So there is external funding for the 800,000.
For the 800, yes. And then for the police department, that it's not incremental to the budget. That was included in the budget. So
being treated differently. So if I take out, so if you sort of start with that number of what looks like it's an incremental of 4.5, and you take out 3.1 for TransLink, 825 at CMHC funded for housing, 255 for VPD fleet, which is a transfer of operations. How much are we left with? And do staff feel that they will make up that amount of money over the term? Versus, is this council being asked to spend more money bottom line? Or is this an accounting practice and just recognizing external funding?
Maybe I could jump in. Council approves the debenture amounts. That's what's in that goes into the capital plan for the city's contributions. And then there's other contributions like CACs and DCLs. That is the envelope. We add to the capital plan when we have external funding. We've identified a number of sources to add to the plan that we're outlining today. You've outlined a few of them. We'll often get other sources. They add to the plan. There's no new taxpayer dollars that come. The envelope of the plan is approved for what is going in there from debenture. Now, if we get higher DCLs than we expected or higher CACs or more grant money, we might add to the plan in those cases. That's exactly what we're doing today, and then we close out other ones that are finished.
Okay, but we're staying within the envelope.
Yes, definitely, we are.
The message for people at home is that we're not spending more taxpayer dollars. We're going to stay within our...
That's right, and Council, on a quarterly basis, you'll see we'll be adding to the plan as we get additional outside funding to do additional work.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I just want to be clear for the public.
That's good. And we're
thank you.
We're a minute over. Councillor Dominato.
I'm just going to send my information. It's flowing from my question earlier, and I'll send it over to staff just around those
very much.
questions. Thanks.
Councillor Carr, we might City Manager, do you think you can check with Councillor? You're moving the motion now, so maybe you can talk with Councillor Dejanova. I'm not sure if she's conflicted or not. That's her decision to make, but we're finished the discussion and yeah.
Great.
Please go ahead.
I'd be happy to move the recommendations. And I just want to say in moving those recommendations, first of all, I always appreciate these quarterly reports with the adjustments and closeouts. It really, every quarter, keeps you on track as a council in terms of where we have completed projects, where there is a shift, where there is new money coming in. We've heard the explanations from staff that the increases are not increasing beyond from the taxpayer base, that taxpayer supported capital budget, but reflecting where we're going out and seeking and finding new money to amplify projects or to work on projects that perhaps weren't even anticipated. So I think that thanks is due to staff for actually seeking the extra external funds. It's very welcome in terms of adding to our capacity as a city. Without external funds, it'd be a harder, tougher row, really, in terms of funding everything that we know is needed. And so on that, I think, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to say I'm hopeful that we'll get unanimity on this.
Great, thanks. Seconder for this motion? Thank you, Councillor Dominato. We can just take a show of hands, Madam Clerk. Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, one opposed, Councillor Hardwick, and that's passed. Thanks very much. Yeah, we've already let her know. Let's see now. So we're on the property taxation, item number 3 of administrative reports, rating bylaws and averaging resolutions. I have Councillor Kirby-Yung. You pulled this one. Councillor Carr, do you have anything that you want to say on this one? I just have you on the queue, and I'm wondering.
No.
Okay, great. Thanks. Councillor Bly, then.
An amendment for this report, and I just
okay. Yeah, we haven't moved the motion yet, so we're still on questions. So did you have any questions before you move your amendment?
I'll come back on the list. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, and maybe I can take this opportunity just to sort of raise some questions of staff that they might be able to assist with. And I'm just wondering, given that the provincial additional school tax is new, if staff can comment as to what the City of Vancouver's legal obligation is, if any, to collect that tax. So that's the line item that appears on page 3 of the report, where it says provincial additional school tax $100,676 and $98. So I'd like to understand some context around that. That's my first key question. I'll start there.
Please go ahead.
Grace Chang, Director of Long-Term Financial Strategy. Thank you for your question. So I would say the authority is established in the School Act, saying that the normal school tax as well as the new additional school tax is all governed by the School Act. And in the Vancouver Charter, it also said that the province need to tell the municipality as a tax collector, we need to collect on their behalf. That's why by a certain date, they need to kind of give us the tax rate, and we must do that. And it's not just about the additional school tax or the school tax. All the other taxing authorities, they have relevant regulation and also legislation precisely to say that the City of Vancouver and all other local tax collectors, we are obligated to collect tax on their behalf. And I can actually cite some of the sections and also the acts from other taxing authorities for your reference if you want to.
So it's governed by specifically which act that requires?
Yeah, so basically I can actually go from like one after another.
I'm specifically interested, I'll start with maybe we could focus on the additional school tax. Just to
the additional school tax is actually added to the School Act. So basically all the usual school tax plus the additional school tax, they're all governed by the School Act. So basically in there, it actually said that before May 10th, the Minister of Revenue, they need to send to the collector in every single municipality, laying out what is the taxable value, what is the amount of tax that they need to collect, and we must levy on their behalf, and we collect on their behalf. And at the same time, the new additional school tax, it was added to the School Act together with the normal kind of school taxes, which was part of the announcement from the province when they add the school tax. It was sometime last year.
Maybe I can jump in because I know you always have lots of great detail, but I just have to be conscious of time. So what would happen if the city of Vancouver said, sorry, we don't want to collect that provincial school tax. We didn't agree with it. We think it's encroaching on our municipal taxing ability and our ability to leverage the funds that we need in order to deliver on our municipal responsibilities and run the city. And no, we're not collecting it. What situation would that put the city in?
Okay, so this one is governed by the School Act. I didn't see specific wording in there saying that what's going to happen if we don't do that, but I can actually cite the Local Government Act. The Local Government Act actually said that on or before April 10th in each year, the designated regional district officer that is relating to the GVRD and Metro Vancouver, they must send to each municipality a requisition in respect of each of the service stating, the amount of money we need to collect on their behalf, and the amount requisition under the section is a debt due by the municipality to the regional district. So I would assume that the same thing apply. If they if they send us the requisition, if we fail to basically collect on their behalf, then we are indebted to them. So we owe them money.
Okay, and I'm wondering if you can comment, because I know this is related, but just to understand how this sort of taxing paradigm will relate to some of the work that's being undertaken with the provincial working group with the province. If and when split assessments were in place, I'm hearing that there could be a negative impact of these additional taxes with the AST and the others, that would actually apply potentially on small businesses, and that could negate the benefits of a split assessment tax. So again, in terms of looking at all of these tax pieces that we're putting in place, is that a fair statement?
It is a fair statement, and I'm so glad that you asked this question, because there, again, is the terminology. Split assessment is not something that split classification is not what we're working on. The issue with split classification, which has the residential component, which right now is also being taxed on the additional school tax and the speculation tax, that is already in the Assessment Act. We're not doing anything about it. What we said like 2 Mondays ago, that is actually a new thing that we don't have it in the Assessment Act right now. That is really called split assessment. That doesn't include or involve any residential development potential. What we're saying is that just separate the existing use value from the development potential, all in the commercial class. Has nothing to do with residential. So I'm really glad that you asked this, because I think there's a lot of misinformation in the media.
There is a key article in the I know
and we're just at the
in the Vancouver Sun today, so I'm hoping that staff can take that back and then work with the province and hope we don't have unintended.
We flagged it with the province actually the day after they announced it. We actually flagged it to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. They actually said that, and they confirmed with the Ministry of Finance, because it's the Ministry of Finance that actually executed, the AST. They confirmed that this is indeed what they're going to do. I actually flagged it like the day after they announced it. Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Thanks very much. I don't see anybody else on the queue. There were some people. Now there's no people. Anybody else want to go on this one? Councillor Carr.
Seeing no one else on the queue, I'm willing to move the recommendations in this report.
Okay. Thank you very much. Seconder? Councillor Boyle? All in favor? Point of privilege. Okay. Sure.
Just because I did question the conflict, I just wanted to note that I've had the opportunity to speak with legal, and because there's nothing specific, I understand in the report I will be voting on this, but also was cautious when a matter arose, and understand that it is the proper process to leave the room when there is something that is being discussed by council that you've conflicted out on.
That's right. That's
Thank
the
you.
Proper process, although we've had the vote on that one. So we're on to this next item. Thanks. And I think that's it. So then all in favor of this? We've first and seconded. We've already... Sorry, we've moved and seconded this, and we're just calling for a vote. I had a point of order, so we're voting on this now. You want to sever? Okay, so it's tough, like when we've... But I did call, and there wasn't any... And then we had, and I did call, and then there wasn't anybody on the queue. So, Councillor, sorry, Councillor Bly.
Point of order, just to get clear on the So what I was waiting for is to move the motion, which Councillor Carr did.
Yep.
And then it was seconded, and then the point of order, and then I went on the queue. So I think that those things just happened in very quick succession.
Okay.
And the clerk does have the amendment
Okay.
emailed in.
Right. So we're still in the debate period, I guess. Okay, so go ahead.
So the amendment as pulled up there on the screen is essentially articulating the concerns that this council had passed in December regarding the encroachment on the municipal tax base through the BC school tax surcharge. We understand now as time has passed that this has a bigger effect on owners, renters, businesses. I'm concerned that if we approve for city collection, we cannot make further requests or have further discussions with the province about this tax. And so the amendment is essentially underscoring that. One thing that comes up is the school portion of this property tax. Although we fund 110% of our Vancouver school budget, the funds go into general revenue, and then 35% of that money is what then funds the provincial school budget. So the 65% of the funds that are coming out of school tax are going into general revenue. We're not seeing that back in the city. And I would like to highlight, I think we all just received a letter from the Vancouver School Board requesting that the city find money to pay for an auditorium for Eric Camber Secondary. And so essentially that's too coming from the same tax base that this the surcharge is coming from. So the concern is that, we're getting requests for funding to support our schools at many different angles, and yet we are collecting this surcharge on unrealized gains that are affecting, as we saw back in December, a number of people that are not wealthy, that are not living in mansions so much as they happen to be living on land that has increased in value far beyond the actual house that they live in. And so it's affecting people's ability to pay. So this amendment is really because I have grave concerns about collecting a tax that we then can't go back to the province and contest in the future. And I do appreciate the clarification around the split assessment, because that too has been vague and maybe misled. And so I appreciate that information as well. So thank you.
Right. So it's seconded, and now we're over to the amendment queue. Councillor Carr.
Yes, actually, I'm not sure if I should just do this as a point of information, but I would like to ask a question of staff through you, Mr. Mayor. And that question is, what does the city have the ability to actually do what is suggested in this particular amendment, i.e. to not collect on the additional tax? And I put that in the context of the fact that I didn't vote in favor of having that tax. I voted to make sure we were clear with the province. I didn't want to see that tax, but I'm asking about the legal position we are in now as a city.
Sure, and we're in the debate period now around the amendment, so we can't directly ask staff. I will ask the city manager.
Right.
However, we did hear from the staff earlier that we would automatically assume that debt. That's what I understood, that we would be adding $100 million to our debt. But if the city manager wants to, anything else to add to that?
Thanks. I mean, I think based on my understanding is that if we were to go in that direction, we would be obligated to pay the province that money. So this would be something that I would have very, very significant concerns about us doing on the floor of council without having had a thorough understanding of the implications of this. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, Councillor Carr, that's...
No, I'm not finished, but go ahead.
Okay, I have another point of information, and we'll come back to you, and I've stopped your clock. Councillor Dejanova?
Thank you. I was wondering if that were to happen, considering there is an amendment on the floor right now, would that affect the City of Vancouver's credit rating? The extra $100 million. I'm just on the same line of questioning.
I imagine a very significant debt of that nature, if that were to be the case, would certainly impact our credit rating. It would have very, very significant implications for the organization generally. I mean, taxation is not something you do without any research, and this is something we would really need to do work on to understand the implications of.
Maybe, I'm not sure. I'm not the mover of this motion. I'm trying to digest all of this information right now. Maybe a recess would be in order, but I'm not going to call for it. I'll leave that up to the mover of the amendment.
Okay, thanks. And we're back to Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks. Speaking to the amendment, I'm very sympathetic to the content of the amendment. As I stated, I felt very supportive of the move earlier that we made as a council to let the province know about the difficulties we felt this particular move to put in an additional school tax made in terms of the people of our city, but I'm clear that with the response back from staff that this is not something I'm willing to support, given that the burden would end up on our taxpayers regardless, and so I will not support the amendment, as I say, knowing it comes from good intention in terms of emphasizing the concerns that taxpayers feel, but it's not practical.
Thanks. Okay, point of order, Councillor Bly. Sorry, I've got you. There we go, microphone.
Given comments from city manager, I begrudgingly think that's in the best interest to withdraw this amendment.
Okay.
If the debt and the burden would fall on our shoulders, and I hope that there's very few ways that we can navigate this conversation, and it's been one of my initial learnings being on council is that once we take a position like this and we're up against something as big as the province, UBCM isn't interested, LMLGA isn't interested. So, unfortunately, we can go to bat for our residents of our city and taxpayers, but there clearly is very few options that we get. So that is the effort that's being made here, and it perhaps will impact my ability to sort of vote overall on this, but for the purpose of this amendment and not putting anybody in jeopardy at this council nor city staff or our taxpayers, I'm happy to withdraw this amendment.
Okay, thanks. And in order to do that, we'd need a 2/3 vote, I think. Unanimous vote. So I am going to call the vote. The motion on the floor is to withdraw this motion, and we have a seconder for that amendment. Don't need a seconder. Okay, so all in favor of withdrawing? And that is unanimous. Thanks. Okay, so I'm going back to the main queue. I don't see anybody else. Sorry, I'm just going to clear this queue. I don't see anybody else on the main queue. Councillor Swanson, though. Please go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think this is a fair tax. I think that the people who are paying it, who have really valuable properties, that's important, that we have a progressive graduated tax. I only wish that the city got the money for it, but I don't wish that bad enough to vote against the motion.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. I don't see anybody else on the queue. Can I have somebody move the motion then to for this? You already did? Sorry, just phased out there. All in favor? Right, we've moved to sever. Gotcha. Pardon me? Okay, yeah. And we're, right, so we're going to sever and we're going to vote on screen. And if we could just pull up the motion when we have a chance, so we can look at the different clauses. Sorry, my thing's off here. So we're just going to have two votes. And we're going to vote on A first. Everybody see that? Sorry, my voting thing is just not up. There we go. Okay, so we have That's passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung in opposition. We'll go to item B. Please vote on item B. Councillor Dejanova, Councillor Wiebe, and Councillor Bly. And that's passed. Okay, thanks. Okay. Now we're on to the final report of the Public Art Boost that was held by Councillor Kirby-Yung. Right. So we are scheduled to break at between 5 and 6, coming back sharp at 6 for the public hearing. Yep, no problem. Councillor Bly, I have, I'm just going to clear the queue. If anybody wants to speak to this, Councillor Kirby-Yung, you held this item. Did you wish to ask questions to staff? Oh, great. Sorry, I see you on the list there. Thanks very much. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I wanted just to ask some kind of context-setting questions around our grants, and specifically in looking at sort of the disparity in some of the allocations, and sort of contextually how we support those. So, for example, I see on an annual basis we allocate $200,000 to the Vancouver Mural Festival, which I think is an amazing event and has grown in leaps and bounds and is really loved by the community. And then I see something like a line item where there are 23 other community-led projects, and 23 of them are receiving $300,000. I know that there's a role that our grants play in terms of incubating and supporting new initiatives and helping get them off the ground. But I guess I'm really wondering is what is the long-term commitment, and I'm not singling out the Mural Festival, I guess I'm using it as an example, to events like that relative to at what point do we move away from that where we're trying to hope that that organization is becoming self-sustaining so that we can then support other arts events, whether there are either new ones coming forward or there are existing arts and culture folks, because we have a limited amount of funds and we have an arts and culture sector that needs a lot of support. So can you comment on that first?
Branislav Henselman, Managing Director of Cultural Services. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. So the Public Art Boost Fund, in this case, was a specific source of funds for specific projects. So it's not ongoing funding. And so to answer your question, the monies that went in this case, and I think it was over 2 years, to the 3 years, to Mural Festival specifically, were in fact seed fund monies. And so they, at the moment, are not receiving operating or annual funds from us. So the 3-year commitment that came out of this motion for the Mural Festival was actually that seed money. And it was there was a certain time commitment to it.
Okay. That's helpful. And then do we then, is the philosophy then to try to support new events that we're continually seeding those, or are we supporting new organizations? Are we going in turn and supporting existing arts groups that are bringing new things forward? Where's the balance for how that boosting?
Maybe I just need to take a step back. So the Public Art Boost was a specific amount of money that was to be spent and not necessarily, maybe, but not necessarily renewed. And what we mean by that is we had a number of projects that we actually wanted to support through this money. Some of them went through grants, some of them went through direct funding, like the Mural Festival, for example, and the Lumiere Festival. Our annual and operating grants, as well as project grants, actually live within grants and awards. And this report does not necessarily deal with the grants and awards. This is really specifically public art. So organizations who have been funded through the public art funding in this case have the option, and have had the option, in fact, to apply for the grants and awards. And that can be either project funding, community grants, it can be annual and operating funding too.
Okay, so we are continually finding the balance between boost and ongoing support from the different areas?
Yes, and it's a very fine balance. Seed monies are always interesting because we are actually trying to start something new in hope that over a certain number of years, the organizations will actually find a sustainable way of operating. That way of operating may, in fact, include some of the city funding too.
Okay, and in the case of the Mural Fest, are we seeing that, because that's the example that we're using to kind of talk about this right now, are we seeing that paying off? Are they becoming self-sustaining now?
They have been actually self-sustaining, and they've been doing incredible work, as you were saying yourself. And so they've actually branched out to a number of different areas that the seed funding didn't necessarily fund. And so they're finding different ways, actually, of funding the work that they're doing. And there's a multitude of work, actually, that they're doing.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. And I don't see anybody else on the queue to speak. Somebody like to move the motion to, oh, sorry, Councillor Weep. Sorry, Councillor Weep.
Yeah, just to follow up. So the 1.5 originally put forward is we've spent all the money as of 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is there a recommendation from staff for an increase moving forward, or looking at another art boost, or what are we looking at kind of moving? Because we recognize it started off really big and it's kind of gone down, but I'm assuming we have really good projects that we could use a boost.
So on the public art side of things, we hadn't been in the business of granting or doing partnerships in any significant way before the boost happened. Yep. And now recognizing that there's a lot of appetite for that, and that there's a lot of organizations in the city that want to do public work, and it's harder to fund that out of their basic operating funds because they're kind of growing into new realms. So we have budgeted in the current 4-year capital plan to begin a regular granting process for public art projects by nonprofit organizations. And so at the end of this year, we're hoping to issue a call. It'll probably be a biennial, every 2 years process because of the time it takes to put together public projects. But we'll also be supporting, through our regular grant streams, little projects. But we're hoping to issue some major support at the beginning of next year.
And that major support, do we have a ballpark of the figures?
Yeah, we've
close
budgeted
to the $500,000 range, or we
300,000 as a total for that stream is what we have budgeted
per year.
Yeah, well, that would be a series of projects taking place over 2 years.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be anything at the level of the seed funding that we did for the Mural Fest, probably, but it would allow for a significant number of projects by partners.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thanks very much. I have Councillor Dejanova on the list. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I was wondering about the city-wide sponsorship strategy that would be coming back to us. We're all asking about different projects here and how we're going to find the ability to fund and finance all of them, albeit maybe equally. Maybe there are some projects that for obvious reasons, and understanding this also last term, that staff brought forward certain projects at certain levels for a reason, and that the funding here, and I remember Councillor Ball, maybe Councillor Carr remembers this too, she would always remind us that if we don't look at this report in the scope of how this may be used to leverage other funding, other levels of government, if we don't pass this, we could actually see not only our contribution not be spent, but the entire project would need more funding. Is that correct? And then, is it correct that the funding that we provide often is leveraged is used to leverage other funding at other levels? And do you see the potential for a citywide sponsorship strategy if and when it comes back to us? If anyone other than individuals are allowed to participate in that, that could actually help to boost public art in our city.
There are a few questions that you're asking.
Sure.
So, yes. So, one question at a time. So, the first one was a question around whether we see city funds leveraged by other levels of government. And I would say that it's very rare that, in fact, they're not leveraged. And leveraged
by organizations, not
by organizations.
Yeah,
yes, absolutely. Organizations typically. And I think we did a calculation at some point. For every dollar that we invest, the organizations raise or funded or earn revenues to the tune of 1 to 12.
Okay, thank you.
So this gives us a very good idea of that. The sponsorship question is a very separate question in this case because of the legal questions around sponsorships that are very different than donations and in our case, granting. And so I wouldn't be able right now to answer your question in part because the organizations that we fund, that 1 to 12 leveraging, actually is also from sponsorship monies. And so the question would be also for us, how would any sponsorship that we are collecting in this case, affect the sponsorships that the organizations themselves are collecting. So this is something that we would need to look into.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the answers to that question. If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, ask for the city manager to maybe comment on whether or not the citywide strategy was thought to be something that could possibly support at some point public art, even if it was beyond the granting, if that was something that was a consideration of.
The citywide sponsorship strategy, do you mean?
Yes.
Yes, through the mayor. I think there would be opportunities to fund different types of activities, including public art, through sponsorships, most certainly, and we would look to explore those types of opportunities in the future if the sponsorship strategy is approved, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I have no one else on the queue. Councillor Kirby-Young has moved the motion. Seconder, Councillor Wiebe, all in favor? Any opposed? Oh, that's good. That's passed. Thank you very much. On to the Canada Place bus tour bus zone fees, and we have speakers that are here. Clerk, I'm just remembering. Is it 5? It's 3 minutes for 3 minutes, right? Okay, great. Thanks. So first on the list is Daniel Polyakov. Daniel Polyakov. Okay. Gwendol Castellan, though. I know you're here. Please come forward. Up to 3 minutes, and there may be questions from councillors.
All right. Hi, my name is Gwendol Castellan from Tourism Vancouver. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for giving me a chance to speak to you on this topic today. I just wanted to start with a few statistics on the growth of tourism in Vancouver. So we're in our 5th straight year of growth with about 10.6 million overnight visitors to Metro Vancouver in 2018, and 2019 is tracking well as well. The last time we did some economic study on the impact of tourism in the region, we found that it contributes $4.8 billion to the regional economy and over 70,000 jobs. That study is a couple years old, so you can maybe round up a little bit. As you know, Canada Place Way is at the geographic center of a lot of tourism activity. It's bounded by the Convention Center, Canada Place, 3 major hotels, which all reach over 95% occupancy during the summer season. Cruise is growing, and our understanding is that in 2019, we're going to see a 21% growth in passenger volume through Canada Place to nearly 1.1 million cruise passengers in 2019. Relating to this motion, we support the need to address the safety of all users of Canada Place Way, pedestrians, as well as all the traffic that comes along through that very busy intersection and crosswalks. We've attended both of the consultation sessions that were hosted by engineering staff, and we're able to listen to our membership and speak to them, and believe that the concerns that they brought up were addressed in the fee structure that they've proposed in this motion. The only thing we've heard from our members relating to the fee structure is for those high-use businesses that are going there on a daily basis, they do appreciate the seasonal pass. And the one concern that we've heard from them is that if for some reason a bus should break down or something like that for a period of time, would there be any accommodation for transferring the pass to a new bus? But other than that, they all seem to acknowledge the need for demand management along that space.
That's great. Thank you very much. I guess as the presentations, are any questions from councillors? I think we're good. Thank you very much for your time and coming in today.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, Council. So I see Councillor Carr on the queue. Please go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Stewart. And I'm interested in asking a question of staff apropos of the question raised to us by the speaker. So I'm wondering if it's appropriate for me to ask that question of staff?
Yep.
Great. In the case where a tour bus does break down, is it possible to transfer to an alternate replacement vehicle the seasonal pass or permit?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Alina Cheng, the manager of parking management. So yes, we would make those passes transferable in the case of a breakdown or whatnot.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is that it then?
Oh, my questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you. I just had a really brief question as well for staff. Given I appreciate what's been brought forward, I'm just curious if there's been exploration of other locations as well. So obviously this will deal with some things, having these fees and dealing with congestion. I wondered if, I don't know if it's even possible if the height is underneath, where, below, under the convention center, whether that might be an option because those streets are quite congested. I'm just curious if there's other exploration of other sites for the buses.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Darwint. I'm an engineer in parking management. I'll be answering some of these questions as they come up as well. Through the mayor, yes, as part of this proposal here, we did consider other locations. So we do have some tour bus zones underneath on Waterfront Road there, as well as we're offering an additional space that will be no charge to use on Cordova Street. That tour buses, should they not wish to pay the fee, they could use that. One thing we really did here through the consultation process and through what we explored last year as well is that being on Canada Place itself and the convenience of it and the visibility of it is extremely important to the tour bus industry. And so that's why, the real focus is on that particular roadway.
Okay, thank you. Just one last question is, assuming this is passed, that this would be the first time we'd have this in place, we'll do some assessment, I assume, and maybe report back in a year to give a sense or two about how it's working. Is it making a difference? Would that be regular practice?
Yes, absolutely. We would look at an assessment at the end of the season to see how this performed for this 2019 cruise ship season, and to see if any changes need to be made for next year.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. I did want to sort of offer kudos because I received a letter and an email about this from a very active tour company that's there all the time. I really appreciated the process with traffic management and engineering and felt that the recommendations were responsive to that. So very much appreciated. I do have one question, though, and that really relates to charging back the fees in order to cover the VPD costs and how and when we determine to do that in the city, whether it's just something like this or special event costs, when we don't do that on the Granville Entertainment District strip, for example. So I recognize that these are very different situations and there's public safety concerns versus a commercial operation, but the question was raised and brought forward to me by some stakeholders as to how and when that is applied and wondering why that's specific to them. And I do want to preface that by saying that we're very pleased with the process, but I'd like to understand why are they being charged back fees in this particular instance when other commercial enterprises on the Granville Strip are not, for example?
Yeah, no, that's a fair question, and this is, a trial process that we've put forward. I would compare it maybe with special events or things where we do charge some of the VPD traffic authority fees to users. In this case, the pricing is also important because we use pricing to help regulate the curb space. If it's free, there's unlimited demand, and so having some kind of charge in there helps us distinguish a little bit or spread the demand from that highest desired Canada Place, and then also use some of the other free zones that are further back. But so there's a trial. The operators were willing to pay. We're using price to help manage the space more efficiently, and at the end of the year we'll see how it balances in terms of but there's no hard and fast rule about when we could or when we couldn't. This is a trial that we wanted to put to council.
So
as an idea.
If there was a similar situation, I guess in the spirit of everybody being treated equitably, if there was another tour location or some other type of demand, we would charge for that, or we would potentially revisit in the future, looking at the Granville Entertainment District model. I'm just looking at principles.
Yeah, well, I think it's a combination of the very, very high demand, and that demand can't be satisfied just simply by putting up signage. And so we determined that it requires traffic authority in those peak times to really manage the space. And so then the added cost of the traffic authority, if we think of it more like a special event, the cruise ship period, then that was sort of the logic. So we're treating it equitably with special events, not with commercial loading zones all throughout the city or passenger zones throughout the city. And we're acknowledging that this is quite a unique location with the cruise ship. And
Are there any other commercial loading zones that do require VPD presence currently that you're aware of?
not for a sustained period like this. I mean, at the Canucks games or Lions games, they do VPD, and that's paid for. Or traffic authority, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you. So I note in the report that it does talk about the lost meter revenue on Cordova Street's not been calculated. And also, as the speaker mentioned, that visibility at Canada Place is a premium for these tour companies. So I'm wondering if $25 a plate per day is too low a fee, appreciating that we do want to encourage our tourism industry. It seems low, and especially if we're talking about lost parking meter revenue and the premium associated. And are we going cost recovery only here, or is there an opportunity to extract a bit more?
So it is cost recovery. It is cost recovery. Whether the fee is too low or not is depending on who you ask. And so there's some that felt it was too high, and some that were fine with it. We think starting out as cost recovery and then seeing how that manages the demand on the curb is a good place to start. If we look at it the way we look at parking meters, and we see that all those spaces are always full and the demand is much higher than the $25 fee is discouraging, then we might have a discussion about whether we would increase it even more. But right now, we think we would start with cost recovery and see what that does to the demand. We've got a free location that's just a little ways away, and we sort of have to see how many use the free location, how many pay for it, and with the ones that are paying for it, are they all coming at the same time, and it does the area work better.
But just to be clear, that free location comes at a cost to the taxpayers by virtue of lost parking meter revenue. Do we have any idea what that might be in the?
I don't think we've projected the lost revenue for it's a long answer in that when we remove meters from a very specific short area, then that parking demand sort of moves over a block or to the next. Like, they don't just disappear.
Right.
If we were to eliminate parking from a whole significant area, then some of that disappears. So some of the lost meter revenue from that bus parking will just move over a block, and so some of those meters will go up in revenue. So we'll take a look and try to monitor, but we don't track costs meter by meter at this point for the coin usage.
And lastly, I mean, and this is my own anecdotal observation, and I know we have an anti-idling bylaw in place, but I've certainly observed cycling through that area, buses seeming to be idling and spewing all sorts of stuff. Are we going to make that part of our policing approach, maybe, to really step that up?
Yes, I want to say yes, but I was making sure. Yeah, absolutely. Those are the rules. They need to follow the rules. We'll make sure there's signage up there, and parking enforcement, enforce that, and so they'll be in the area as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carr.
Oh, sorry, I thought there was no other speakers. I was prepared to move the motion, but if there's more questions, I'll wait.
Councillor Deschanel, do you have questions? Okay, I'll just move you up then.
I was going to leave this for a broader report, but then Councillor Fry asked the idling question. And I'm wondering if that applies to all vehicles or just gas-powered vehicles, because you can technically have an electric vehicle turned on. It can be on, and technically some people consider idling to be on, having your vehicle on and in a mode that it can drive. Others consider that to be when a gas-powered engine is on. So I think there's some confusion amongst Vancouverites what idling is, and for safety, I would assume that you wouldn't leave your vehicle on and leave it there, but it's more likely to be a safety issue for electric vehicles. They are left on, and idling in the term that they're left on. So can we be more specific with the education around that? And what do we here at the city define that to mean?
Yeah, so I can tell you the intent
Yes.
was for combustion engines. We'll take a look at how the bylaw is specifically worded to see how it captures zero-emission vehicles and provide you a reply.
Are there concerns?
Provide all of council.
Thank you very much. Are there concerns also about that when vehicles are parked properly in the parked position and the emergency brake, if there is one, you'd hope there was one, is on, it's automatic in some cars and other vehicles it's not, that would be safer than having a vehicle that was perhaps turned on and in park and the person wasn't necessarily in the driver's seat, because that also could be. I'm just wondering if safety is another piece to this outside of zero emissions.
So safety is certainly one of our concerns, and I don't want to speculate too much about the rest of that question in terms of an unoccupied running vehicle with the parking brake not set. I wouldn't recommend that.
I agree. I just wanted to make sure that
Yeah.
we're educated.
Safety is absolutely part of our priorities, and we'll report to council on the vision safety initiatives we have.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Carr?
Yes, so seeing no more speakers, Mr. Stewart, I'm prepared to move the recommendations in this report. I really want to thank the speaker for coming and the consultation that was done, Mr. Castellan, amongst your members, and the feedback that you provided. Very, very useful. And I really want to thank staff. For me, it was very useful to actually read the consultation, the questions raised, and how we responded with changes in the fee structures, for example. So that it's I think, a very useful way to present information to me, certainly at the council table. I can hardly wait till we have electric buses and electric vehicles on our streets and we don't have to deal with those issues. But meanwhile, I think this is handling issues around crowdedness and safety, and also cost recovery from an industry benefiting from that space and our services, so that we can provide more of such services. So I think it's a real win here.
Great, thanks. Get a seconder for the motion? Councillor Dominato, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's good. That's passed. Thank you very much. Thanks, staff, for the presentations and questions and presenters. Okay, so now we're on to bylaws. So we have P2. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, policy report 2 on Granville Street. Councillor Hardwick held that. Yes, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm just asking the question, when we do a hand vote, how is that recorded for the public to be able to see, as opposed to a on-screen voting?
It'd be in the minutes. The opposed would be in the minutes, right? And they go in the system after and record
do go in the system,
yes.
so that, because I think people do look to see how the votes turn out.
And I'm supposed to say whether I see anybody opposed.
Got it, thank you.
I try to do that in camera as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So this report was held by Councillor Hardwick, but she's okay. So anybody? Okay, Councillor DeGenova, seconded. Second. It is referral to public hearing. All in favor of referring to public hearing? Any opposed? Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, that's passed with 2 opposed. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we're on the bylaws. Sorry about that. Okay, so we have 8 bylaws on the agenda for consideration by council. Council members who were not present for the meetings related to public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings on the meetings if they wish to vote on the enactment. On bylaw number 6, Councillors DeGenova and Bly are absent for the public hearings related to bylaw 6. Councillor DeGenova, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactments? Okay, thank you. Councillor Bly. You have. Thank you. Council may adopt bylaws by a blanket motion. Does any member wish to hold any of the bylaws for separate vote or conflict of interest? And just put yourself in the speaking queue if you want to hold any. Or if you have a conflict. So far, we're good. So would somebody like to move the motion to adopt the bylaws 1 to 8? Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Seconded. Councillor Carr. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that's passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, administrative motions. Council may adopt administrative motions by a blanket motion. There are 5 administrative motions on the agenda. Does any member wish to hold any of the motions for separate vote or conflict of interest? Just put yourself on the queue. I see no. That was the previous. Yeah, that's a minute. There's 2 administrative sections, which confuses me. There's a report and there's motions. Yeah, it's okay. So would somebody like to move the motion? Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Seconded. Councillor Carr, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, that's passed. Thank you. We're losing some bodies here. Okay. So now we're to motions on notice. For this council meeting, we need a motion to suspend the rule 10.6 in the procedure bylaw. The rule provides council member introducing a member's motion with 1 minute to move the motion. Suspending the rule will allow council members 2 minutes to introduce their motion and 1 minute each to ask clarifying questions of the mover of a member's motion. Would someone like to move a motion to suspend rule 10.6? Thank you, Councillor Carr. Seconded. Councillor Wiebe, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so that's passed. Thank you very much. Okay. I saw none opposed. It was Councillor Carr moved it. Councillor Wiebe seconded, I believe. Okay, thanks very much. So we have 8 motions on notice. Members have a 2 minute, and if you could just put yourself on the queue, members have 2 minutes to introduce the motion. Motion 1 is a request for leave of absence by Councillor Bly for May 29th. Thank you very much. Seconder, Councillor Dejanova, all in favor? Any opposed? Nope. So that's passed. Thanks. Motion 2 is on notice is Councillor Kirby-Yung, if you put yourself on the queue, is supporting the ban on shark fin importation Act Bill S238, which is to be moved by Councillor Kirby-Yung. I'm just going to move you ahead here, and we're.
Point of order before I begin.
Pardon me.
Point of order, a question that I have is that since I understand it was permissible to jointly submit a motion, which I'm doing with Councillor Wiebe, I am wondering what rules apply if I need to share my time, if I'd like to do that in terms of introducing the motion, or if he can also speak to it.
Let's see. I believe there's only 1 minute to, 2 minutes to introduce at this point, by one mover. Although I do recognize that it's a joint submission, which is also new to me. I would say perhaps Councillor Wiebe could use his 1 minute of question time to add extra. If that might work. Okay, good. So with that aside, a suggestion, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm pleased to introduce a motion titled Supporting the Ban on Shark Fin Importation Act, Bill S238. And really this is a motion that calls for council to support the federal bill that is making its way through. It was submitted previously in April 2017 and passed on October 23rd in the Senate and is now in the House of Commons for debate and vote. I would note that there has been previous discussion at Council dating back to 2012 regarding the banning of shark fin. At the time, the motion suggested that Vancouver work with Richmond and Burnaby to move forward, and both municipalities, I understand, at that time, which is some time ago now, 7 years, declined not to do that. Or declined to do that, I should say, moving forward. I think 7 years later, this really recognizes that sentiment is changing, including within our Chinese community with whom we have a very valued and very important relationship as the City of Vancouver, and that this is perhaps best dealt with at the federal level so that we don't end up potentially taking municipal action where we could have different rules and regulations related to bans or business licensing across municipalities, and we're not creating a situation where people go from one municipality to another, or it's inconsistent. And so for that reason, Councillor Wiebe and I chose to sort of ask Council to support the federal bill, which would specifically prohibit the importation of shark fin and deal with it at that level. I would note that you know, in my past life as former VP at the Vancouver Aquarium, we did a number of public education tours and went out and actually showed films throughout the city of Vancouver on shark finning. And we had a lot of people, including folks from the Chinese community, that came and participated and really enjoyed those films and learned a lot about them. I think public tastes are changing. It's not requested in the same way for weddings and banquets, and that demand has really decreased. I think a lot of our Chinese restaurants have been looking at options for sustainable seafood and really sort of evolving and moving that forward. We're so lucky to have this relation with our Chinese community, and we're so fortunate to have such rich culture and food diversity in the city. But I think this is really a recognition of the fact that this is a humane thing to do, and it's also a sort of recognition of changing sentiment. Thank you.
Okay, questions for 1 minute. Councillor Carr.
Yes. Thanks, Mayor Stewart, and thank you for the motion. I'm interested in if you know any information that is in follow-up to the whereases, specifically whereas 3, where we did pass a motion at this council to instruct staff to work directly with the cities of Richmond and Burnaby to develop a common approach. I've been on council and I don't remember any report back on that. So do you have any information about?
Sure, sorry about that. There we go.
Yeah, and that's a great question, Councillor Carr. So there was a memo that came to Council on December 3rd, 2018 from Sandra Singh and Kay Krishna at the time. And it was an update in response to an inquiry that I made at a November Council meeting on the status. And it does speak to sort of some of what I recognize, that there was a 2012 motion that, and back in following that 2012 motion on March 1st, 2013, Council reported that the City of Burnaby decided not to advance a ban at that time, as did the City of Richmond. And it also referenced that Council does have the authority to regulate and license businesses and could prohibit things such as selling shark products, but to do that would require a unanimous vote of Council. And then the memo also recognized that there were complexities in there, and that Bill S238 says here, if adopted, will prohibit the Canadian import and export of shark fin and any derivative. So that was the last update that we got.
Thanks very much. Councillor Boyle, up to a minute, please.
Thanks. I'm just curious to hear a bit more about what engagement has been done or with local restaurants and suppliers on this issue.
Sure. Councillor, we might wish to speak to this as well, but we've jointly had several conversations. We spoke with the WA Foundation, spoken with a representative of the Chinatown BIA. We spoke with representatives from the BC Asian Cafe and Restaurant Association, and did receive initial support. There was some subsequent concern from a couple of, I would say, the more traditional restaurants that came forward. And primarily, when you look at their membership list, most of them located actually outside the jurisdiction of Vancouver and in other municipalities. So I would say sort of that was the context of it. I haven't received any additional direct email or commentary other than those specific engagements, and those were initiatives and outreach that we sought.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you. I was just wondering if there was thought given to expanding or broadening this. And fun fact that I shared with Councillor Wiebe, and growing up, especially with my father working in Chinatown and joining many families for different dinners, I understand that it's not just shark fin soup, that there's also bird's nest soup. And actually, I'm not sure he believed me until he saw it with his own eyes. I'm not speaking for Councillor Wiebe, but in some of the places where birds' nests are harvested, people are actually murdered or killed for entering those caves because it is so expensive. It's so expensive, and it's also this species of bird, because their nests are being harvested, are being endangered. So I'm just wondering if you looked at possibly moving forward at looking at other areas aside from shark fin that could be questionable, either specifically in restaurants,
And
and,
actually,
then
that's-
that would
that's-
encompass more. So I'd like
That's
to
the 1
ask
minute.
that question.
That's
Thanks.
actually the 1 minute, so won't have time to answer that one. Perhaps they'll come in the next round of questions.
I thought I got a minute to ask.
No, it's a minute total for the whole.
Okay. Be answered.
Okay, so that's it for questions from to the mover. So we need a seconder for this, Councillor Wiebe, right? Oh yeah, because right. Okay, sorry. Right, and so so now we can go to discussion. I'm sorry. Have I got this wrong? We're in debate. So there are no speakers to this, so we're in debate. Okay, so Councillor Wiebe, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, first I will answer the question. The reason why we focused on the shark fin was that this is a federal thing. And back we heard significant and from different organizations that it wasn't a municipal battle and it wasn't a political win. This is something that since it's kind of been brought forward, there's been 1 million sharks killed. And so the goal here was really look at it as a federal thing. So we weren't looking to create a component where the City of Vancouver councillors are going to bring in bird nest soup. We want to recognize how culturally important it is. And I really want to thank everyone that talked to us and was involved, because I really, there's a lot from the Chinese community that really enabled good conversation and great dialogue. And I think that was what was so amazing about this process this time around, is that there has been a change. And I think it was amazing to hear the stories and the voices and people from the community saying, if it's a federal and Canadian thing, I understand that. However, we don't want to see Vancouver trying to win a political win. And so that's why in this motion we went to support the federal ban. And so I will be supportive. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Carr?
Yes, I just want to really thank Councillors Kirby-Yung and Wiebe for bringing this forward. I was very passionate about this issue from the beginning of it, and even prior to getting on council, and then on council, the motion was put forward. I didn't really know the impact of that motion, so working with Burnaby and Richmond didn't work out, but there is something happening right now politically, and that's federal, and so I think taking the opportunity to put the City of Vancouver on record on this is really critical, and I really appreciate your outreach into the Chinatown community in particular, with the merchants there and restaurant owners. Have everyone on board, especially in that community, would be good. But really, what's driving me, of course, is the loss of, as you say in the motion, 73 million sharks a year, like endangering the shark population. And that's, in my mind, really unconscionable. So I'm very happy to support.
Thanks very much. Councillor Fry.
And I also just wanted to quickly lend my support to this. I'm really proud of you guys working together on such an important motion. It's a despicable and abhorrent practice, and I'm really happy to support this wholeheartedly, and I hope we can. My only reservation is that it wasn't stronger worded, but I appreciate that you did what you had to do to make this more palatable, and thank you for the work you've done on this. Full support.
So let's chime in with my 2 cents. In the last Parliament, Finn Donnelly moved this forward, and it made it to Parliament for its vote as a private member's bill. I remember handing out little tiny stuffed sharks to all the MPs on the night, trying to get it passed, and alas, it failed by about 3 or 4 votes, which was so close. So I know Finn has been working really hard with the senator who brought this forward. Finn Donnelly, I know it's classic. He had to do it. So I asked Finn to pass an update along to Councillor Kirby-Yung, but I did speak to him on the weekend. He has managed to kind of squeak it into the agenda of the Fisheries Committee. So he does think there is some possibility, a good possibility, this could pass by June, but which would be nice for him because he's retiring from Parliament. That would be a nice way to go out. So this support from Council is really appreciated. It's something Finn's been working on for a very long time, and I think all of us agree that it would be a good thing to do and most appropriately dealt with at the federal level. So yeah, this debate and discussion I know is going to be watched in Parliament, and really happy to support this. Great. So we'll call the vote. Nobody else on the queue? There we go, and that's passed unanimously. Thanks, Council. Okay. Motion on notice 3 is to formalize the formalize the False Creek to the Fraser River Blueways, which is moved by Councillor Wiebe. And I'll give Councillor Wiebe 2 minutes to introduce this. If you can just put yourself on the queue, that would be great. Okay. Oh, sorry. And up to 2 minutes, please go ahead.
Perfect. It's my pleasure to bring this forward and speak today. This motion was not written by me. It was written by a lot of people that have been involved. I do have to give credit to the amount of people that are water nerds in the city of Vancouver that continue to give me their input and have been keeping this dream alive for so many years, including past councils, other cities, other municipalities, private owners, and obviously the staff of the city of Vancouver. To have a creek system, to create a blueway that would go from False Creek all the way to Boundary and include the east side, and mostly Trout Lake, which is something where I lifeguarded and watched the fact that we've continued to allow it to become a place where kids are no longer as willing to go in and swim. Lifeguarding there, my brother is the head guard. It was amazing to watch the birds, people fishing, and just the amount of joy in swimming. It suddenly got worse and worse to the point where the docks had crumbled, no one was fishing, there's goose poo instead of people swimming, and I think it is time for us to really step up in this climate emergency and make a difference. There's an opportunity from 7 generations from now for people to talk about how their kids saw salmon swimming in the city of Vancouver, that they got to watch beautiful barn owls swim past or fly past them. And I think that the opportunity here to really do something that is going to be a legacy project for this council, it is something that's going to change the way we work with our First Nations. The whole creek is going to go all the way to New West. This is talking really about how we can, as a city of Vancouver, support from False Creek all the way to Boundary and really connect 4 different creeks and ensure that we bring fresh water into False Creek. I know that people have joked about making False Creek swimmable, but there's a chance to continue to make it better. And there is one piece of property right beside McDonald's, which is a parking lot, that if you go downstairs and look at the model at the bottom floor, it has a building on it. That is our last opportunity for us to create this creek. And so we need to act quickly to ensure that we create a long plan so that we can have a long-lasting legacy for this board. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I've got a point of order here. Thanks very much for that. We're okay? All right. Councilor Dejanova, up to a minute for questions.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that. I just would hope that we'd be cautious about talking about how rare a property is, considering, pardon? Well, still, just in case there's other pieces to this puzzle, I'm just very aware of what that can sometimes do. So,
just a minute for
my question quickly to you is the budget for this and the feasibility. If feasibility should be added into number 3 in your resolution.
Yes, budget, as it was shown by city staff, they're putting little values on how much it is. This is not going to be a cheap project. This is a long-term project, and we saw in different applications there will be a lot of funding needed from a lot of different partners. So the goal is, as they said, that we could do, staff have said that they could work in with their work plan a feasibility of what this would look like. And so that's the goal. What we're doing here is we're putting a plan together so we can look at what we can do. And if we don't have a set plan, we can't find those initiatives for land acquisition and ensure we protect all the opportunities to move this forward in the future.
Thanks very much. Councillor Boyle, up to a minute for questions and answers.
Thanks. I'm just curious if you can highlight pieces of this report, how this differs from the creek restoration piece that was brought forward. I have no idea how long ago, recently.
Yeah, so the motion I had done before was watershed management, which is different than a specific creek. So when speaking with staff, they said if we wanted to go for a specific creek, that we'd have to have a specific motion to show council direction on it. So instead of just doing full watershed planning, which staff is going to come back with, this is a specific project. And what's amazing about this project is that if we pass it today at council, it's going to the Metro Parks tomorrow because it's going to look at a regional level because Burnaby Lake is up for renewal. and there's an opportunity to work on a regional level. Mike Hurley and Cote are on board to create this amazing project that goes from here to the Fraser River.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
So thank you. Actually, Councillor Wiebe, you just started to answer my question, which is you have a lot of partners named in here. So I was wondering about the background work you've done, both in terms of the federal government, you've noted funding in there, with Metro, with Burnaby, with New West, and First Nations.
Yes, so First Nations, the Tsleil-Waututh First Nations had a water symposium yesterday, which was fantastic, and obviously they're very involved in what they could be, very interested in being involved. The Ministry of Canada spoke to Wilkinson, basically talked about if it was a metro priority and brought forward to the BC government, they would be very interested. So there's a lot of MPs, MLAs, and people very interested in what could happen. But what we need to show is the City of Vancouver's leadership, and then it'll move on to the metro level.
Thanks very much. I've got myself on the queue for a question, so I'll just go ahead. So I'm just interested in the resolution. It's asking for staff to develop a transformation plan, and so I'm wondering in terms of like cost and any idea where we are ballpark for that, what it would cost to create the plan.
I don't have a ballpark plan. I know that some of our city plans can be a couple $100,000 depending on the scope of work. A lot of this would fall into, like Councillor Boyle talked about, the watershed management plan that we have that would look at the watershed of China Creek and Still Creek. There is a lot of work that's already been done. We've got a complete plan of Still Creek. So the majority of this is already done, but it needs to be brought together in one cohesive package. So a lot of the actual work we have. We just don't have it in one place where staff can easily access it. So the goal is to take a lot of information that's in different departments and put it together.
Okay, thank you. On to Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's actually kind of a perfect segue. So similarly, my question was around the budget, but specifically, Councillor Wiebe, is what I'm taking away from this is that the vision here is that there is a whole variety of pieces of work here that are underway, but pulling it together so we have a comprehensive strategy and a vision to fulfill this work, and that you acknowledge it. It's not going to be done tomorrow, but it's a long-term vision. Is that a fair way of representing it and sort of pulling it all together as one strategy, one plan?
Yes, so the goal is to have a plan so that 20, 30 years, people know when they're developing a product. We saw it already with the Lululemon, where they had a piece of property beside them that it was for China Creek. So there was an easement already there, and that's what I'm saying, so many people have acted. So the goal is having one comprehensive plan so that, yes, when we have community plans later on, they can reference this to ensure that it's incorporated.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry. Oh, sorry, I just knocked you off the list there. I'll give the floor to you. There we go. Councillor Fry, I'm sorry. Yep. Go ahead.
And Councillor Wiebe, I appreciate the passion you've exhibited for this project through your term at Park Board and now at the regional parks level and here on council. This sort of riffs off what Councillor Dominato's questioning was. What is the realistic timeline for this kind of a project, and are there quick wins that we can see happen in our tenure? And are there going to be big costs with this, just even conceptually speaking? I mean, it seems to me that we can think about this and start moving in this direction without incurring a significant overhead cost.
The small items are the ones that we would be able to see. Trout Lake's a great example, but we'd have to get working with relationships going with the Park Board, so this would need to get past the Park Board to showcase. But the master plan for Trout Lake shows a creek that comes in and starts bringing fresh water in. Provides a safer habitat for dogs. And so there's also opportunities at China Creek with BCC. So with the Lululemon sites, there's multiple sites where we could see quick wins. And then people recognize what it could look at because they'll have a visionary document that we're putting together if this passes. So the goal is a visionary document that we can all look at and then recognize that when we do have our quick wins, people can get behind of what it could actually look like to stand in the middle of the city and recognize that you're in a new creek that used to be there 100 years ago and hear the stories about why it was called China Creek and what was there before.
I have to cut you there. Thanks. Councillor Dejanova. Oh.
I understood there were speakers. I was going to offer to refer this on to hear from speakers tomorrow.
Great. So no other questions for the councillor on the list. So we need somebody to second. So we've had the motion seconded, so we received a number of requests to speak to this motion. Councillor Weep seconded.
He moved it.
Oh, because it's joint move.
Oh, that was the shark.
I'm sorry. It's almost 5. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, thanks. So it's seconded now. So we've received requests to speak to this motion as part of a council meetings procedures pilot project. Council agreed to consider referring members' motions with speakers to the standing committee meeting tomorrow with a hard start of 3 p.m. If council would like to hear speakers, we can refer the motion to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting tomorrow, where speakers on members' motions will be heard beginning at 3 p.m. Would somebody like to move? Councillor Dominato, seconder?
Nova.
Nova.
Don't
I think I need 5 minutes.
It's like, we're good.
Councillor Fry, I got you by the right name there. Sure, and all in favor? Sorry about that. Any opposed? Oh, great. So the motion is referred to the Standing Committee meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, May 15th, beginning at 3 p.m. Okay, so now we have motion on notice 4 is considering animal welfare in Vancouver's procurement policies, which is to move by Councillor Fry. And Councillor Fry, you put yourself on the list. You've got up to 2 minutes. There we go.
Thank you, Mayor. Gandhi said that the greatness of a nation and its moral progress can be judged by the way its animals are treated. Now, I'm not going to speak to the ownership of animals or suggest that we should all become vegetarians, but we do as a city have, we make purchases and we have an ethical procurement policy. And that ethical procurement policy ensures that we're following ethical guidelines when we make purchases on behalf of the city. So that includes fair labor, fair trade, environmental stewardship, those kind of issues. So my ask of council is to affirm progressive animal welfare be one of those considerations in our ethical procurement policy. And this is not to say that we have to become vegetarians. This is not to say that we need to change our overall policies. It's to add an animal welfare component to it. So that means that we don't subsidize cruel industries that are sustained by cruel practices. And there's a variety of them that I won't get into, but for instance, the idea of shark finning would fall in this realm, and we would thusly not want to support, say, serving shark fin soup at a city function, that kind of an idea. We would want to move beyond cruel practices. We've seen this here in the city of, or in the region even, where animal food companies have been videotaped and had whistleblowers expose unspeakable cruelties that are happening within our food chain. So this is an opportunity for us to, similar to fair trade, consider animal welfare as part of our ethical standards.
Thanks very much. And we have Councillor Dejanova on the list for up to a minute, question and answer.
I actually had a point of information.
Point of information?
And the point of information, and maybe Councillor Fry can answer this, maybe it's the city manager. I understand that we already have a City of Vancouver ethical purchasing policy, and I'm wondering if there are any current holes in it that would make us feel that we needed to move forward with this. I need to know, as other councillors have talked about, if we already have policy in place, recognizing that staff is going out and doing work on this. I need to know if there are holes in this policy right now, currently, that should make us believe that the ethical purchasing policy does not include some of the recommendations here in this motion, because it asks that we review it.
Councillor Fry?
Well, I did submit this through our council portal and had staff comment back. This is something that, in fact, our procurement people have been looking at, how to include animal welfare, progressive animal welfare in our procurement policy. It's not actually explicitly identified in the said policy.
Our point.
Thanks very much. And
point of information,
well, we
though.
can get that after we get the questions.
Okay.
It hasn't been seconded yet or anything.
Thanks.
So thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. I was just wondering if you could give us some color on the language that's used here in A, when it says that council affirms a commitment to progressive animal welfare. And I'm just wondering what progressive animal welfare is versus just animal welfare.
That's a valid point. It's a language that's used in the context of animal welfare. There's a variety of different levels of this kind of conversation. Of course, there's animal rights, which impart a great deal of rights, and it's not what I'm representing here. Animal rights are freeing animals from any yoke of oppression and that kind of thing. Progressive animal welfare speaks more to the language escapes me specifically, but it's a better, higher welfare. Oh, sorry, that's it. Higher welfare, which is a standard that accreditation uses now to describe how we treat animal welfare. There's some basic principles of animal welfare, access to light, food, safety, that kind of thing. And then higher welfare is a standard that's imparted onto progressive valuation of food standards, basically.
Okay, and that's the minute.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Helpful.
I have a question regarding where else would we see this? Like, can you point to an example where they have built animal welfare into procurement policies?
What, other cities?
Or anywhere.
I think a lot of, I think a lot of independent companies and businesses, we see this often. There's a consumer appetite for animal accredited businesses. They are successful in their own merit because people don't want to support cruelty. So we see animal accreditation standards for farming, for instance, free-range eggs, those kind of things. Those are already, the marketplace has sort of determined that those are.
Will we be at the forefront of doing this, or do you know if there's other?
Honestly, I haven't done that research.
Okay.
I have spoken to the SPCA and various advocates in that department, but I couldn't speak to that specifically.
Thanks very much, Councillor Swanson.
Yes, I have no problem with the resolution, thank you. But I'm just looking at this whereas number 5, that animals have internationally recognized the 5 freedoms: freedom from hunger, malnutrition, and thirst, from fear and distress, from physical and thermal discomfort, from pain, injury, and disease, and the freedom to express normal patterns of behavior. You probably know where I'm going.
I do know where.
I wish we would apply these 5 freedoms to the humans who are camping in Oppenheimer Park and under the viaduct and in Stanley Park. And maybe I'll think about some sort of motion to enshrine these animal rights so that humans can have them too.
Great. Thank you very much. Anything to respond to that?
No, I appreciate. Councillor Swanson raises an excellent point, and it's true.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you very much. My point of information is for staff now.
Okay, let's just wait to see if it's seconded first, and then we can come up with a. So there's no more questions for Councillor Fry. Somebody else, would somebody like to second this? Councillor Kirby-Yung has seconded. Okay, and. So just let me get through this part, and then we can go to the point of information. No, let's go to the point of information now. So, Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you very much. I have 2 now. One of them is, are we already doing this? If so, does this need a review? And it's not that I don't want to see this done, but I understand that there was some talk about this back when I was a park board commissioner, considering the adoption of the goat that unfortunately met very tragic circumstances, a petting zoo goat, you may or may not remember, from the Vancouver Park Board, that was sold for meat at auction, which was unfortunate because that person, I understand, had agreed to keep this as a pet.
Let's move you to the...
So I'm just wondering if when the last time the ethical purchasing policy was reviewed. That's question number 1. And I'll put it in there too. Question number 2 is we're talking about free-range eggs. Totally support that. Think it's wonderful. Wondering how that's going to affect our budget and our ability to feed people ourselves. Are we providing any food, for instance, to facilities in the downtown east side? I think about the Evelyn Sadler Center, other places. And is this going to affect the amount of food that we can provide for people, to Councillor Swanson's point? Because I think it's important, but I'd like to know. Thank you.
City Manager, any thoughts on those, whether we've reviewed the procurement policy recently, and secondly, the kind of budgetary impacts on changing the food?
Yes, through the mayor. Thanks. We do regularly update the ethical procurement policy, and we're right now focusing on the various social issues in our community. We initially focused on the environmental, and so it evolves, and I think there's certainly opportunity to take on additional perspectives. This isn't currently included in the ethical procurement policy, this perspective. And so staff did provide some comments to the councillor, raising some concerns with the original draft that was very specific and was adopting these measures without a report back from staff. And so I think the way it's written, it gives us a chance to really look at other places, what have they done, what's currently already being caught with the ethical procurement guidelines that we currently use, and how might we adopt this into our procurement, and what might be the implications of that. So I think the motion as it stands gives us a chance to bring back to council a fulsome review so you can evaluate what opportunities there are to integrate this into our procurement or other parts of our organization.
Okay, does that satisfy you?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So do we have we had a seconder. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Kirby-Yung already seconded. Okay, so thanks for that. So we've received requests to speak to this motion. As part of the council meeting procedure pilot project, council agreed to consider referring members' motions with speakers to the standing committee meeting tomorrow with a hard start of 3 p.m. If council would like to hear the speakers, we can move the motion. Thank you very much. And speakers, seconder? Thank you, Councillor Carr. All in favor? Any opposed? Nope, great. So there we go. The motion is referred to the standing committee meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, May 15th, beginning at 3 p.m. Okay, we have 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes to 5 with a stop scheduled for 5 o'clock. And we're on motion number 5, which is dealing with Doggy Doo-Doo in the support of Vancouver's Zero Waste Goal and Cleaner Parks and Streets by Councillor Kirby-Yung. And if you want to put yourself on the queue, up to 2 minutes to introduce this.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to introduce this motion, which, as you said, is titled Dealing with Doggy Doo-Doo, but the full title is In Support of Vancouver's Zero Waste Goals and Cleaner Parks and Streets. This really stems back to my time previously, last term, on the Vancouver Park Board as a Park Board Commissioner, and we undertook a people, parks, and dogs strategy, which I know that Councillor Wiebe will remember as well. And one of the things that came up during the public engagement process then was that residents were really supportive of more separated waste bins. And now, in a council context, recognizing that the city is responsible working in conjunction with partners at Metro for waste management, we've had a limited pilot in 6 parks, but we have, other than that, no red waste bins across the city. So we're lacking from that perspective. And what happens is that the dog waste goes into I'm talking quickly to get through this in time, the dog waste goes into the landfill and creates methane. And people, when they're picking up the dog poo, which the responsible dog owners are, and I think a lot of folks are aiming to do that, goes into the plastic bags, and then it has to be manually debagged. So imagine that process. It's not a pretty one. But in order to sort of move towards our zero waste goals. So what this is really doing is looking for information back in terms of what would the budget implications be of expanding this, as well as the barriers. There are very limited suppliers providing this service personally, but I'm also hoping through this motion to draw attention, and I know that there's some companies that are looking at new technology and new advancements as to how dog waste can be treated. We did receive an email from one company that's currently doing a test for the ability to process dog waste in a dry aerobic on-site process and composting. So I'm hopeful that there'll be other opportunities moving forward, and I do feel that we need to kind of leap forward, because it's not just about enjoyment of public space, but it's really about making sure that we're committing to our zero waste goals and managing that waste stream effectively. So I think I will leave it there. I would note, though, and this is very interesting because I've been having lots of conversations about this recently, that this relates to when people are out of the house with their dogs, because you can't actually flush when you're at home and you have the opportunity down a regular toilet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And any questions? I see none. So we're right into it here. Would somebody like to second this motion? Councillor Wiebe would like to second it. Okay, so it is on the floor. Is there any discussion on this one? Councillor Fry?
Yeah, as a lifelong dog owner and somebody who's scooped thousands, tens of thousands of turds into plastic bags, which I've deposited to send to the landfill where they can turn into methane gas. I've always been appalled by the system we have now. And in fact, back in 2006 to 2008, I was on the dog strategy task force with the Vancouver Park Board, specifically on the issue of, well, as a dog owner, but specifically on the issue of what we're going to do with dog waste. And we have so increased our dog population since that time, and we still haven't addressed this issue. And I know that when he was a park commissioner, Spencer Chandra Herbert had pursued this doggedly, and we still haven't made any movement on this. So I think it's really important. It sounds trivial, it sounds doo-doo, but it's really a great initiative, and I thank Councillor Kirby-Yung for bringing this forward. And I hope that as the Metro Zero Waste Committee representative for the city, that we can kick this forward to Metro, and that we can really start moving the ball. And I know we have a great zero waste team here at the City of Vancouver, and hopefully this will give them the impetus to move forward on this as well. So thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Full support.
Thanks very much. Councillor Weep.
Yeah, I'm also very supportive as a dog owner. Also working on the strategy, I helped work with the proponent trying to find ways to compost dog waste in the City of Vancouver. And I think that's something we really need to look at moving forward, is what local solutions we have. And then as well, I spoke at the Zero Waste Conference in Nanaimo a few years ago. And one of the things that really became evident is that when we continue to move towards zero waste, diapers, dog waste are going to be, cat waste are going to be a huge component of our waste stream. And so we really need to find ways to deal with this issue because it continues to grow as we divert more and more away from our waste. So really look forward to supporting this and seeing what city comes back with and what we could do.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. Interest of time, we're about to break for dinner. Expressing my support. I've been, as a dog owner, a fairly large dog owner, I can't help but say thank you for bringing this forward. And also it's an education piece. I think people are not fully aware of the burden that dog waste actually does, the role that it plays in our zero waste and landfill, and then the methane gas and the things that happen after it's been dumped. So I'm looking forward to hearing back from staff the different options and also extending this out to Metro Vancouver and their regional park strategy, because we know that it's in the millions of dogs and people are opting to have dogs instead of children, so this problem's only going to grow. So I think it's very, very important, and I appreciate Councillor Kirby-Yung bringing it forward. I'll be supporting.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll just very brief, 3 minutes too, is also pleased that Councillor Kirby-Yung brought this motion forward. It's very practical, and I think it was actually just recently, a few months ago, I was at one of the Metro Vancouver regional parks and had noted that they had the red bins, and thought we should certainly have one of those in every park here, given the number of dogs that we have. And so I think it's a great motion. I look forward to staff reporting back, and but thank Councillor Kirby-Yung for bringing it forward.
Thanks very much. I don't have anybody else in the queue, so we can call for the vote on this one. And I think, there we go. So that's unanimous. Congratulations. So, Council, we have 2 minutes left till 5. So we need a motion to or adjourn, actually. Well, because we come back at a public hearing at 6. Yeah, if we get through the public hearing tonight, so I'm not sure when the next... Yeah, or this could be added to unfinished business at the next regular council meeting. Whatever council wants, so we can recess. I'm not sure when the next, just 1 second, when would the next opportunity? Okay, we'll work on that. So it's a motion to adjourn. Sorry, of a point of order. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do know that we do have some motions that are not complete, including new business and inquiries, and I do have some. So I guess I just want to be very clear on when the opportunity will be for those to.
Yeah, I was just checking that now. So we have the ability to move some of this work to the next regular council meeting following the standing committee meeting, or the next regular council meeting is May 27th, 28th.
So that would preclude. So finishing that point of order, or point of information, that would preclude if all of the remaining business is moved to the next council meeting, not just the motions, but that would preclude anybody submitting notices of motion to bring inquiries. Is that correct? Because that's also on the agenda.
You can submit a motion to notice without speaking to it. You can submit those at any point.
I do have some inquiries that I wanted to bring forward.
Yep. Well, it would have to be tomorrow if we get to it after the standing committee meeting.
Yeah, I'd prefer to recess and see if we have an opportunity to deal with the items.
Just 1 second, please.
Rather move to recess. We've done that many times. No, you wouldn't be able to do that either. No, that's why I want to recess, because it gives us the ability, even if we end up referring to it, gives us the option. You can't, because I asked him that question. Plus we have these other motions, right?
Okay, so we need a motion to refer 6, 7, and 8 to the, what was it, unfinished business? All right, to the regular council meeting tomorrow following the standing committee meeting, and as well in the motion that we would deal with the new business inquiries and other matters, that kind of stuff, and notices of motion to after our public hearing this evening. Okay, thank you. Seconded? Thank you. Councillor Dominato, all in favor? Okay. Any opposed? Nope, we're good. Okay, so we'll see you back here at 6 o'clock for the public hearing. And a motion to recess. I have a motion to recess. Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Dominato, seconded. All in favor? There we go. Any opposed? Nope. Great. Thank you.